Alright, stream is live. Shih Tzu is sleeping. Let's make sure that the stream actually looks decent. Oof. I'm not seeing it. Okay, it says upcoming. That's bizarre. That's really odd. Let me refresh quickly, see if that fixes it. Hey, there we go. Okay, it's working. Never mind. Whew. That's some sweat off my back. No, that's not what the saying is. Weight off my back. I combined two different sayings. Hey, we got F1 who's in here. We've also got Red who just joined. How you guys doing? Hopefully you are doing fine. Let me throw this quickly up onto the Twitter sphere. We got Virgil, we got Stifled Flame, we got Stardust Conspiracy. Imperial Guard. It's good to see you. Do brutes eat ketchup with the grave mind? Do brutes eat ketchup with the grave mind? Well, that's the first question I've gotten, and that kind of stumped me. I don't really have an answer to that. I'd imagine brutes probably do not eat ketchup, period. Just because I can't say for certain if, like, their planet has a tomato equivalent. And the fact that they're primarily carnivores. Like, I'm not sure. They probably are, like, in, like, current Halo canon, they're probably omnivores, but they don't come across like farmers, if that makes sense. So I don't know if like just their culinary evolution has led to like the invention of like sauces with vegetables, kind of like a tomato. But hopefully that's my that answer satisfied you. And I certainly don't think they have it with the grave mind. The grave mind doesn't come across like an entity that cares one way or the other about ketchup. Come join me playing Halo. Well, I take a break from editing Evolution of the Jackals. Alright. There we go. There's Rebecca. How are you doing today? I am tired today. That's how I'm doing. But thank you for asking. Keep the chin up. Let's see. Do you think Halo's future is uncertain or bad with the recent Microsoft layoffs? I don't think anything will happen to the Halo franchise. Halo will always be around. I don't think Halo. It's hard. It's weird. It's like Halo is a strong brand, but not quite the strong franchise it used to be, if that makes sense. Like, you want Master Chief on the side of an Xbox, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the game is going to translate into success. So Halo will always be around. The budgets of future Halo games, that's up for, I think, some debate. But yeah, Halo will always be around. But I definitely think a lot of the big money stuff is going to be going into, you're going to see more from like games like Fallout, games like Elder Scrolls, Minecraft, Sea of Thieves, like that kind of stuff going forward. What's good, LNG? Did a full Sonic Generations playthrough today. How are things with you? Sonic Generations is a great game. Things are going pretty good. Did some editing for the Evolution of the Jackals. It's going well. There's a reason it's going very slow, and hopefully the final product reflects the time I've been taking. Your prediction for the match composer after Xbox Games Showcase or after HCS London? I'm going to say after HCS London, just because that is the furthest out. And usually, when it comes to Halo, at least, I've learned to temper my expectations and always expect the latest date. Menu music is kind of loud. Okay. That's odd. There is no music. Why are you late and why are you gaming? Late just because I showed up late, you know. I overslept or something. And as for gaming, it's because, you know, I think we all like the game every now and then. Thoughts on the game as of late? I recall you enjoying Seasons 4 and 5. Yeah, I mean, Halo Infinite is fine, you know? I have fun with it. Got my problems with it, but I've come to peace with those problems, knowing that they'll, like, you know, they'll never be fixed, unfortunately. So I'm just like, okay, I'll take Halo Infinite at face value and like what I like about the game. Do you think Halo will ever have population numbers like it used to? Well, never say never, but I don't think that for the time being we'll ever see Halo be the juggernaut it used to be. There was a window, I think, of time where Halo could have become a juggernaut. I think Halo Infinite was set up to kind of revive the franchise in a big way. But not even because the game launched half-finished, but also I think just because of the state of the game industry, the kind of games that like kids like to play nowadays. I don't think the classic Halo setup of here's a bunch of playlists, here's your big team battles, your 4v4s, like I don't think that formula attracts like a massive population anymore. So if Halo ever does want to return, I do think it's going to have to take a sabbatical, and then it will have to return in like a new, evolved way. It'll have to become a new type of game, basically. What are your favorite things from Halo 4 and 5? Favorite things from 4 and 5. Well, definitely, I'd say from 5 at least, it was the custom games browser and the Forge mode. You know, if it wasn't for those, we wouldn't have Halo Infinite's Forge. And as for Halo 4, I kind of liked the commendation system. I liked that quite a bit. Hopefully those were decent answers. Come on. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is mine now. Never mind. That's okay. I genuinely think Halo doesn't have the same cultural significance with the new generation. Putting the Master Chief on the side of an Xbox isn't going to sell it to kids as much as it's going to sell it to us. Oh, no, I agree with you. It's more that, like, Master Chief, even, like, modern kids know who the Master Chief is, even if they don't care about the Master Chief.
Enemy captured.
And I'd argue out of all of Xbox's properties, the easiest one, I think, to put on the side of the box that would turn heads would be either the Vault Boy from Fallout, like that little mascot, or it would be the Master Chief. Let's see. When will you continue your evolution videos? You did say you were going to cover the Jackals next. Still waiting for that. I'm in the process of editing it. I'm taking quite a bit more time with it. There's unfortunately a lot of stuff going on in... Excuse me. In Rebecca and my personal life. my mother-in-law is battling stage 4 cancer. So, you know, it's not exactly like I have the time or the mental capacity, I guess, to just kind of like live in Halo, making Halo videos. You know, there's lots of, I guess, like places for my mind to wander right now. But currently editing together the evolution of the Jackals. The script was done, audio was done. Currently finishing up the Halo 2 portion. Then I'm going to move on to the Halo 3 portion, you know. ODST, Reach, 4, 5, spin-off stuff, and Infinite. Not gonna lie, me and the bear are in a rough patch right now. Man, Phil Swift, you've been doing this for how long? A year now? Maybe a year now. The bear bit. Good. Hope you and the bear make it up though. Have you played the Outlast Trials? I have not played the Outlast Trials. I don't know. The Outlast franchise kind of lost me with the DLC for the first game. Like, I thought that the game was fine, but then it just kind of started to get, like,
enemy captured.
I don't know, like, not that scary, I guess, just kind of like, shocking, you know, and when all you really have is the same shock, which is, like, body mutilation, it's kind of like it becomes a one-trick pony. And then the sequel, Outlast 2, I think I refunded that after 30 minutes. So I guess the Outlast Trials, I haven't actually been focusing on it, just because I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of content with just kind of like an Outlast 1. Let's see. Man, there's a lot of questions I'm missing. What's the best 343 Halo game? Okay. Most feature complete and coherent package, I guess, where it's like the most polished and kind of like well presented package, I'd have to say goes to Halo 4, just because everything from the menu to the UI to the transitions between screens and hopping in and out of game, like the whole experience of navigating that game feels the most polished out of 343's Halo games. Like the most complete. But the most fun, I think, is probably Halo Infinite. I think it definitely has my favorite 343 campaign. It's the one that feels closest to the Bungie titles. As well as, like, my favorite multiplayer of the 343 games. And, of course, you know, the Forge helps quite a bit. Can we get an SPV3 stream at some point? Not a bad idea, to be honest. Do you think Halo should retire the Master Chief as the main protagonist? I feel like he's been through so much, he just needs a rest and an ending of some kind. I don't think he needs an ending. Mario's been the protagonist of Mario for how long now, and Mario's fine. I think not every Halo game needs to be a Master Chief story. And also not every Halo game needs to be like a the galaxy is about to end super high stakes plot. I think that is what is exhausting. Like, I'd love for more spin-off titles set in the Halo universe, and I'd love for, maybe a prequel, not a prequel, you know, not like setting up something, but, just like a spin-off story with the Chief, maybe set during the Human Covenant War, you know? Just something like that. Something a little bit lower stakes where the plot isn't about uncovering the secrets, the lie of the Forerunners for the 100th time or something. Like, it would be nice if it was just like, hey, Chief, like, you really gotta save this planet, man. Which Halo game had the best homoerotic tension? Oh, definitely Halo 1. If you've beaten the game on Legendary, the cutscene where Johnson hugs the Elite and then grabs its ass, there was a lot of tension in that cutscene.
Enemy there.
As someone as someone myself who enjoys the aggressive play style like Halo and Gears support, are there any more popular games you'd recommend? I live in the East USA, most servers outside of that lag. Okay, aggressive stuff. It's interesting. I'm not sure if I would describe Halo and Gears as aggressive. Do you mean more like high health pools, which allow you more freedom to have a super aggressive play style? You know, because you're not going to go down in like 2 shots like it's Call of Duty or something. Because in that case, I'm trying to think of some. Because I play a variety of different games. That's a tough one, because there's not many games anymore that are still kind of like active and alive, that provide kind of like experiences like Halo and Gears of War. The game that immediately popped into my head, and I think I know why, in response to that, was Battlefield 1. And that's just because Battlefield 1 has the highest, probably like the highest health, or at least the lowest damage for weapons in the recent Battlefield games. So there's quite a bit of room for you to kind of like run across an entire battlefield tanking shots and not going down. I think the difference between Chief and Mario is that the Halo games have a much higher focus on story. That is true, but also Halo's story has never been Halo's strongest aspect, which I know is insane to say, but Halo's been more of like a series of excuses for really awesome, fun levels, fun AI to fight and stuff. Like, the story is not quite as serious, or I guess good, as I think some of us Halo fans wish it was. What up from New Zealand, bro, says one Decashins, I think. Splitgate. Yeah, Splitgate's a pretty good answer. I actually can't believe that I forgot about Splitgate. Well, no, you know. Splitgate 2 is on the way, though. It was very nice. I remember when they announced they were ending production on Splitgate 1 so they could focus on Splitgate 2. Or whatever they're going to call it. Oops. Haven't played Halo in a while, just kind of lost hope and interest. What's your stance on the direction the franchise is going? Well, the franchise isn't going in any direction. That's kind of a problem. The franchise is in, like, another kind of post-Halo 5 standstill. Don't let that ruin your love of the franchise, you know? In fact, something that might be a lot of fun. Divorce yourself from the, like, the live Halo games, you could say. Your Halo Infinites, MCCs, like that kind of stuff. Boot up the old Xbox 360 and pop in your favorite Halo campaign. If you have an original Xbox, get out the original Halo 2. And if all you have is MCC, play it in offline mode so you can't get challenges done. And just play a campaign, you know? From start to finish. Nobody seems to notice that the more classic a new Halo game goes, the more attention and praise it gets. 5 had classic-style settings aside from movement. Infinite had a great setup, but was fumbled. Nobody seems to notice that the more classic a new Halo game goes, the more attention and praise it gets. I think a lot of people have actually noticed that. I'd actually say that one of the biggest reasons Halo 5 didn't catch on, Kyle, was that it wasn't that classic. Like, outside of maybe just the fact that everybody had the same starts out of the spawn, the whole kind of general vibe of the game was completely different for a Halo game. It was kind of, more of that Call of Duty style, you know. match starts, everybody hits the sprint button, and they're all sprinting, they're sliding around, clambering over ledges and stuff like that, aiming down the sights and shooting at each other. It was a lot more like Twitch shooter inspired. And the weapons were also a lot more mechanically simplistic. You didn't really have like your brute shots, your Halo Combat Evolved plasma rifles. Incidentally, you had the Halo 5 Magnum, but you didn't have like a strong keystone weapon to drive ranged combat because everything was ranged in that game. So it was just kind of like a pick up whatever gun you like and then go on a killing spree with it. And remember to hold left trigger to aim down the sights for extra accuracy. It was just kind of like a bog standard, I guess, modern first-person shooter. And then Halo Infinite toned down a lot of that stuff and actually kind of like, you know, got that modern Halo style back towards a more classic system. But, you know, unfortunately the game launched very feature incomplete, very unpolished. Was the Infinity destroyed? No, the Infinity was not destroyed. It was very deliberately left vague. I think people were more tolerant towards movement than the Call of Duty loadouts, it seemed. People were initially very hostile towards it, like extremely hostile. I remember actually, you want to know something interesting? Because I still remember it. I think my tweet might still be live. No, I think that was with a very old Twitter account that I used to have. No, either way. So prior to the reveal of Halo 5, all we had was Halo 4, and people were like, 343 this new studio didn't even put down their bags and take off their coats before they immediately got to work adding kill streaks and loadouts to Halo. What's next? What else are they going to add? Aiming down the sights and clambering? And then there was a leak before Halo 5 was revealed, and it showed aiming down the sights. It showed a redesign for the battle rifle that had a Call of Duty-like red dot sight. And it was hell in the Halo community for a hot 24 hours, and Bonnie Ross actually had to issue a statement, and she was like, calm down, just wait. And a lot of the reveal was them trying to reassure people that aiming down the sights would not improve your accuracy. And then the Halo 5 beta dropped, and people immediately tested, and yeah, aiming down the sights did affect your accuracy. So it was quite the drama show. I think over time, modern, like the next generation of gamers have kind of grown up and gotten to games, and so they are used to the Call of Duty, Apex Legends homogenization of gameplay mechanics. So for them, like Halo with aiming down the sights and sliding and sprinting, it's like, well, it's a game. That's how all games play, because all games have the same core gameplay. But back in the day, for us Halo veterans, it was a very hard pill to swallow, was seeing Halo getting like aiming down the sights and sprint and clambering and everything. The Fallout show has me wishing we had a canon Halo show. Yeah, dude, I would love for a canon Halo show. I'm not even sure how you could maybe do it, just because like a lot of Master Chief's life seems to be fairly mapped out, and it would kind of suck to do just like a one-to-one retelling of the events of one of the games, because you'd have to include some new perspectives, I think. In my opinion, Halo 4 was decent. Yeah, Halo 4 was okay. It was definitely, I think, at the time, the weakest Halo game, but that doesn't make it a bad game. It was just the weakest Halo game, you know? Damn it. Didn't Halo have aiming down the sights since combat evolved? No, Halo had a zoom function that was tied to specific weapons. If the weapon had a scope system, then you could engage that. Halo 2 introduced the idea of a tactical binocular. So the idea is if you have a weapon with a scope, you could engage the scope by clicking down the stick. But if your weapon did not have a scope, you'd instead use Master Chief's tactical binoculars. Couldn't tell you what the design idea for the tactical binoculars were, just because I don't think Halo 2 had levels with sight lines and vistas that allowed for that visor, or that binocular system to really have much tactical benefits. Ironically, I think actually Halo Infinite should have been the game to bring back the binocular system, because that's a game where the binocular system actually could have been really, really awesome. Halo 4's campaign was good, but the multiplayer kinda sucks. Halo 4's campaign is fine. It has like maybe 2 good levels, I think. The rest are a little bit mediocre as far as Halo levels are concerned. And I think the story is a little bit as far as Halo stories go. See, thing is, how all shooter games are very similar today, I imagine it's a lot harder to keep players, no? Yeah, it is a lot harder to keep players. In fact, something similar is happening with, to what you're saying is happening with that game. What was it called? The Trials? Or something like that. The Finals. No, not the Trials. The Finals, where apparently that game is, it's not hitting its targets the way it was hoped. And this is only me speaking for myself. Rebecca actually watched me give it a try. I downloaded it on the Xbox, gave it a try, and uninstalled it in less than an hour. Because it's, for me at least, it just felt like another one. You know? It's just like a game with tactical reload animations, a slide mechanic, and a wacky cartoon art style, reminiscent of, like, you know, Fortnite or something. Like, it's just another one. Like, nothing makes it really stand out or feel special. And I think that is gonna be a problem going forwards, is unless game developers and publishers and producers are willing to take risks with, like, you know, maybe our game should do something a little bit different. And not different as in, well, it plays exactly like Apex Legends, but, like, you have a Tesla gun. I mean, like, the core gameplay is different. Killing spree. Then I think it's going to be very difficult to attract a player base. Do you think the next Halo will have advanced movement or classic movement? Definitely advanced movement. I don't think Microsoft would allow for a classic-style Halo game. Halo Helldivers 2 had real potential, but Sony fucked it up. Did they? I thought Sony backtracked on the PSN requirements. Helldivers, nothing seems to have been changed there. Helldivers seems to be going fine. How would you go about making the Banished more unique from the Covenant gameplay-wise? How would I make them different from the Covenant gameplay-wise? Well, I guess I don't want the Banished to be too different, just because it's not about, like, nostalgia. It's more about just, if it works, don't break it. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Like, Halo is a strong core gameplay formula. You don't have to mess it up just because it has to be different. Sometimes it is okay for it to just be like, yeah, the Banished flow kind of like the Covenant, because, hey, the Covenant is like a timeless combat loop. But, what I would change is I would take a lot of inspiration from how Halo Wars 2 approached different Banished units. And I would take advantage of the idea of the Banished being kind of like scrappers, who they don't really focus on form and function so much as they focus on, like, get this piece of shit running, you know? Jeremy Cook, the art director for Halo Wars 2, he told me that what he envisioned for the Banished aesthetic and kind of their whole idea was they don't really care. They don't have an aesthetic outside of just, like, the trash that they find that they weaponize. Like, if a brute loses his helmet, he could be walking around a battlefield looking around, and he'd see, like, the cap of a massive missile, and it's kind of bowl-shaped, and he'd, like, look at it and, like, maybe hammer out the thing, and then boom, now he's got a new helmet. Like, that's how the Banished operate, I guess. And so something that I would actually focus quite a bit on is maybe rather than, like, energy shielding and stuff like that, focus way more on, like, armor and stuff, and have the Banished visibly, like, wearing kind of, like, patchwork armor, have their vehicles wearing patchwork armor. Like, you know the Ghost in Halo Infinite, how it looks like a Halo Reach Ghost that's been painted red, and it's got, like, some metal wrapped around the two wings, I guess they're called? I would take those metal bits, and I would actually make that more of an armor system that the Banished vehicles have. Like, you know, for the Wraith or something, you can see that above the hubcap or something, above the driver, maybe it's the door of, like, of an ODST drop pod, and it's painted a different color, like it's UNSC gray as opposed to the red of the actual Wraith body, you know, so it sticks out a little bit, and you can shoot that off, and now the driver is completely exposed. Just stuff like that. I'd maybe also have I would keep Halo Infinite's idea of, like, the Banished running over to fallen UNSC weapons and picking them up and using them against you. And I would probably also start designing a lot of the Banished weapons to look like they've been kind of like manufactured out of UNSC and Covenant parts. Like, rather than the Banished literally have a plasma pistol, you know, to the point that it's, like, still blue and still looks like a Covenant thing, I'd have, like, that shell of the plasma pistol, take that thing off, have it be the silhouette, but it's just the internal components and stuff like that, and have it fire red plasma rather than green. That's another thing. I'd make all the plasma red. All of it would be red going forward, I think. Oof. Like the Halo 3 brute armor that just breaks off. Yes. Yeah. What's your opinion on the Sonic 3 and Knuckles soundtrack? I'm making a video discussing which composers worked on which track in the hopes of properly crediting them for their work. Sonic 3 and Knuckles has a really good soundtrack. Really, really good soundtrack. I think easily the best soundtrack of the Genesis era. And Sonic's best soundtrack until Sonic Adventure, which I think just barely managed to beat it out. And that is, like, barely managed to beat it out. Let's see. Halo 5 campaign is a poor man's MCU movie. Yeah, something I really don't like about the Halo 5 campaign is I don't like the Iron Man stuff. I don't like the Iron Man stuff. Halo 5's campaign was very much influenced by Iron Man in the MCU, to the point that one of the producers on Halo 5, or not producers, project leads on Halo 5, said that they had referenced the first Iron Man many times in how they wanted to depict Spartans. I don't like that. Spartans are not Iron Man, you know, they don't like suit up and then they're flying around with their thrusters and they're just like unkillable things. I think that for gameplay, a Spartan should be really about on par with a Marine in terms of speed and maneuverability and stuff like that. Just because, like, the core strength of, like, good Halo campaigns is that you're always being followed by a Marine squad, or you're following a Marine squad. And it's very hard to construct really fun AI-driven battle sequences if you are so much better and more advanced than the AI. Like, I do think that Spartans, like, obviously for the lore, Spartans are these badasses, but for gameplay purposes and just for making for more compelling levels, you shouldn't be able to just, like, fly around the battlefield like it's nobody's business. So Spartans are more like RoboCop. Not even. A Spartan, at least in terms of gameplay, I think you should just feel like a Marine with a shield, you know? Wouldn't it be impractical for the Banished not to use Old Covenant weaponry instead make salvaged? Wouldn't it be impractical? No, the Banished can use Old Covenant weapons, but the thing is, the Banished, they don't care about the look of it, you know? They're interested more in, like, will it serve as a good weapon? And so for a lot of, like, Covenant stuff, they're going to take it apart and see if they can maybe, like, tweak it so that it fires a little bit faster, you know, the plasma's a little bit hotter and stuff. They're not gonna just be okay with using Covenant weapons. They're gonna want to tweak it a little bit, almost like a motorcycle. So I don't think that the Banished would just be, like, happily using Covenant stuff. I do think that you'd see it stripped of a lot of its Covenantiness. Like, it does bother me quite a bit that the Banished use a Halo 5 plasma pistol, a Halo 5 plasma turret. Like, with no Banished modifications. Like, think of the heretics in Halo 2. Remember the elite that had turned on the Covenant in Halo 2? That Arbiter was sent to kill? Like, his, all the elites on that station, like the heretic elites that you're hunting down, like, all of their Covenant armor is, like, just the wires and stuff underneath the plating. Same with their vehicles. Their Banshees look like Covenant Banshees, where the purple has been ripped off and all you see are the mechanical underpinnings of it. And that's, you know, because the artistic idea was supposed to be conveying that, like, the elites have, like, violently rejected the Great Journey, and they realize that the Covenant is a sham. So they're, like, just shedding their weapons and their armor and their vehicles of everything that, like, you know, the prophets. They want to get rid of that prophet imagery. Since you said ask anything, who do you think would be more pleasant to go on a date with? Tartarus or Atriox? Tartarus. Tartarus has a sense of humor. Atriox doesn't really have a sense of humor. Atriox seems very boring. Like, remember, like, Tartarus, like, had fun torturing the Arbiter. Remember, Arbiter's like, if they came to hear me beg, they will be disappointed. And then Tartarus is just, are you sure? And he does that little smile. He does his, like, laughing, his huffing. Like, he has a sense of humor. Like, if I were to, like, so if I'm trying to, like, stay alive during this date, I guess, with Tartarus, I would probably want to blow up his ego a little bit, make it seem like I'm like, wow, Tartarus, you're so strong and handsome, and, like, your mohawk looks beautiful. Wow, the fleas under your fur, they're growing so nicely. Like, I'd want to, like, flatter him heavily, that way I could stay alive long enough to make it out of the date alive. Whereas Atriox, Atriox just seems like a really boring guy. He doesn't seem like he has a lot of hobbies, I guess, outside of being angry at the Covenant, you know? Yeah, I was gonna say I was surrounded. Atriox does like humans, though. Well, not anymore, I guess. Now that you're married to a Latino woman, have you tried Halo in Spanish? The dub is really good, especially Reach. I think it's even better than in English. We watched all the cutscenes of Combat Evolved in Spanish, and that was something that Rebecca said. She said it felt like effort was put into the dub. And apparently Master Chief's voice in Spanish is about as iconic as the English voice to the Latino Halo community. Just because it's been so damn consistent how good the English to Spanish translation is. What rank are you in Halo Infinite? I'm not sure, to be honest.
New zones are ready for capture.
Let's get the scrap cannon going. Hopefully I can take out something. Okay. I think I got that ghost, maybe. Counterpoint, the Banished accept humans, so Atriox. Well, I prefer the Banished being like, humanity will burn. Because I think that's more fun. Hey LNG, big fan. If you had to delete a Halo game from existence, which one would you choose? Well, if I had to delete a Halo game, what would be the ramifications of the deletion, I guess?
You got new zones incoming.
Like, would it be a new game that is completely different? Would be created, and would the developers make this new game knowing somehow the feedback from that video game? You know, like, if, say, we deleted Halo 4 from existence, would a new Halo 4 be made in its place with, like, the developers aware of how the community responded to the previous version of Halo 4? Because I don't think I'd delete any of the Halo games if it was just deleting them for deletion's sake. I don't think any of them are worth deleting. Do you think the Forerunners would consider kaiju, like Godzilla and King Kong, or Mothra as pets? I think they just think that they were interesting mutations. Like, they'd just be like, oh, that's interesting. That animal is like 50 times the size it should be. Because, keep in mind, like, the Forerunners, they have, like, an entire galaxy of planets to go to, so chances are they have seen more impressive shit than a gorilla that is big. They've probably seen, they've seen gas that is sentient, you know, or, like, just the weirdest shit. Like, I don't think a gorilla that happens to be big would be the wildest thing that they saw.
Your team is close to total control.
Favorite Covenant member? Oh boy, that's a hard one. Maybe the Prophet of Mercy? Prophet of Mercy, Prophet of... I like the Prophets. I really, really, really frickin' like the Prophets. They're just fun. They're wacky characters. I frickin' love them so much. They're like little cartoons. Well, Rebecca loves Monkey. She loves the brutes. This is a true story, by the way. Rebecca cried at the ending of Halo 2. When we watched all the cutscenes, we watched them all in the classic graphics, and she cried at the end of Halo 2. And she was like, she needed, like, time to process the story. Forerunners were human in the Bungie era. 343 made them aliens. Well, Forerunners were implied to be humans. Up until around Halo 3, that's when it started getting spotty, depending on who you asked. Even people within Bungie. The official explanation for some of Halo 3's inconsistencies regarding the Forerunners are that Halo 3 very much was kind of like a mess behind the scenes in terms of the writer's room, but it was supposed to be that Forerunners were the human race uplifted by an ancient alien civilization. And then around the end of the release of Halo 3, there was this comic book that came out, and the comic book showed ancient humans on Earth, like cavemen, like looking up into the sky in kind of awe as like a Forerunner Sentinel is like constructing the Ark, you know, the portal to the Ark. Then, of course, there was the Joe Staten book that released after Halo 3 came out, where the they have like a way to track Forerunner objects. The Prophets do, and they talk to Mendicant Bias, and Mendicant Bias is like, you dorks, like your great journey thing, like you misinterpreted this. Like, we're not talking about like reclamation, we're talking about reclaimers, you know, which the humans are. They're inheritors of what they left behind. And then it was, I forgot the exact quote, but it was something along the lines of, the Prophet of Truth is like looking at a screen that shows this planet with billions of Forerunner artifacts listed on it. Billions of them. And it's humans. And he's like, some of them survived. Talking about the Forerunners. Like, realizing that the Halo ring did not kill the Forerunners, that some of them were left behind and became the human race. So it's kind of like all over the place.
Too little, too late, Spartan.
But definitely, I think it's 343 that kind of finally settled on, like, definitively Forerunners are a different species. Which Halo game had the most tragic story? Probably Halo 2. Halo 2 or Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite also had a pretty tragic story. Oh my god, Loan Me a Smile just gifted memberships. We've got JXGR, Sunder Merc, Phantom Aspect, Razitaire 78, Orpheus. Yep. Okay, you guys, you folks who just got memberships, you have access to fun emotes that my wife made, and they're yours now, and you can do them with them what you please. Why did Truth's voice actor change from 2 to 3? The original voice actor was not pleased with the money he was paid for his performance, so, you know, unless they were willing to pay him more, he just wasn't going to come back. And then the truth is, like, they didn't really think it would matter if they got somebody who sounded completely different. And so they just got somebody who sounded completely different. Which, if I was a casting director, I would not have done it that way. And I think Marty said on a podcast that we did with Actman and Hidden Xperia a while ago, he said that if he were to go back in time, he would have casted somebody who was a lot closer to Halo 2's truth. Forerunners and humans do have a common ancestor, though. Yeah, that has been, like, reintroduced, sort of. Like, I think in response... in the original Forerunner trilogy, they did say that, that originally the precursors that created the Milky Way galaxy, they had one kind of, like, genome that they split off in two different ways, and those two different groups evolved independently into Forerunners and humans. And then recently a book from 343 kind of like re-clarified that, like making it a little bit more prevalent. But you know me. Forerunners being ancient humans, I think, is the more fun idea for the canon. But it's not the canon now. And that's okay. To be honest, the Halo 3 voice for Truth makes him sound more crazed. I don't mind the Halo 3 Truth voice, you know? Once you get over the fact that it is just so different sounding from Halo 2, Halo 3's Truth is great. You know, it helps that also just like the dialogue that is being spoken is pretty good still. There is, though, one... So, okay, everybody talks about the cutscene where Miranda Keyes goes to war. And the thing is, that cutscene is fine. That cutscene is fine. To war is fine. It was a fine line. It was cool. It bookended a really badass cutscene. People need to stop pretending to be shocked and astonished at it. It was a fine little corny bit of dialogue. What's more offensive? What is a more offensive bit of dialogue in Halo 3 that I am flabbergasted that the community has not ripped to shreds is when you return to the command center in that level, Crow's Nest, and there is a brute chieftain who's there, and he's like, "We have taken the command center," and Truth is on a monitor like a villain, and he's like, "Have you discovered if they've made any plans to stop me?" And it's like, what? What? Like, just something about that. It comes across like Lex Luthor taking over the Justice League's Hall of Justice and being like, "Has Superman discovered the location of my secret base?" Like, that is so much worse than to war. Is Truth saying, "Have you figured out if they've made any plans to stop me?" Truth in Halo 2 is better. Truth in Halo 3 felt like a big asshole. Yeah, Truth in Halo 3, he was like just a crazy nut job.
Enemy flag returned.
Actually, it's have you discovered how they plan to stop me? Yeah, like that is just, have you discovered... I don't think Truth would care. I don't think he would care at all. Like, his hubris and his ego is so big that, like, he would just assume they can't do anything. There's no way they'd be able to stop me. So just the fact that, like, Truth is, like... I don't know. It's like, what are the brutes gonna be doing? Like, looking through filing cabinets for a secret plan to stop aliens? There's just something about that is so, like, comic booky. Don't like that line. Much worse, much worse than To War. To War is completely fine and inoffensive. Halo 3 is the best level design in the series. I'd say it has the best level variety in the series. Yeah, maybe level design could be argued. I do still, like, it is a bit annoying that after Halo, it wasn't until ODST when the idea of kind of like these semi-non-linear levels were kind of brought back into the franchise. I just, like, I don't know, man, you know, the Combat Evolved, like, exploring the end of the second mission, where it's like, you have to go to these 3 different points in this big, massive environment. You can go to them in any order you want, and you can make the objective happen faster or slower, depending on if Marines survive. Like, that kind of modularity versus just kind of like following a well-designed, predetermined path. Halo 3, I think, was a little bit more focused than Halo 2, because Halo 2, I think some of Halo 2's levels had serious pacing problems, which were probably mostly to do with the hardware. Like, think of, like, the elevator sequence in, was it Oracle? Like, the infamous elevator sequence with Arbiter, where you're in that stupid elevator for, like, half an hour, just slowly going down. That was probably done because of hardware reasons, to be honest. And I think Halo 3, because they weren't bogged down by, you know, the original Xbox hardware, they were able to kind of like have grander, bigger levels that moved you from point A to point B a little bit quicker, a little bit snappier. Have you heard the rumors about the next Halo book, Empty Throne, being a canonical Silver Team story? Thoughts? I did not know that. Maybe interesting? Hearing the canon version of Silver Team? That could be interesting. I wonder if they have any, like, history with Chief. Why did Miranda go by herself to save Johnson? Because she was desperate. Let me see some other... after you finish the Evolution of series, what do you plan to do next for Halo content? Or are you going to wait for the new Halo game to come out? To be honest, I haven't thought that far ahead. And I'm not even sure if I'd ever be done with the Evolution series, you know? What I want to do is figure out how to get it done faster. Without sacrificing quality. Get it done faster with better quality. Because there are definitely ways that I could speed up my production. The actual worst cutscene is how she died. Why did she go by herself without good guy? No. The cutscene where she died was great. Great directing, incredible music, great dialogue, great cinematography, very good cutscene. Halo 3 doesn't have a single bad cutscene. They're all great cutscenes. Halo 3 dialogue was rough. Halo 3 dialogue isn't even rough. Halo 3 generally has very good dialogue. It's just that the plot, like the actual plot, doesn't quite make a lot of sense. But you're distracted by how snappy and just sharp the dialogue is in that game. It's not quite as sharp as Halo 2's dialogue. I think Halo 2 and Halo ODST have the sharpest writing in the entire Halo franchise. And that's just because Joe Staten knows how to write for Halo characters. But Halo 3, I think, definitely was a decent emulation of just, like, the very, very snappy, like, always moving pacing Joe Staten story. Do you think it makes sense for suicide grunts to exist, seeing as grunts seem to have respect among the Banished? Well, the suicide grunts weren't about a lack of respect. They were about just fanaticism, like sacrificing themselves for the great journey, basically. The Banished, if I remember right, the explanation for why grunts go suicide in Halo Infinite and for the Banished is because the grunts are hopped up on like a drug that the Banished give them. Like a drug that just kind of makes them go crazy and see red, and they're just like, I'm gonna take you all with me! And they start running with their grenades. Which I think is a decent excuse.
Round 1.
Halo Reach has one of the best dialogues in the Halo series. I don't think Reach has like the best dialogue in the Halo series. Something about it is, I think it's the lack of humor that gets me a little bit in Halo Reach. Just because Halo is typically like a very funny series, like that's very lighthearted, and Reach for the most part was a lot more serious. So they spoke a lot more seriously, I guess. And there was also just, in Halo Reach, there are a couple of moments where it's just like, I feel like that exchange could have been workshopped a little bit. I think of Kat when it's like, Kat is fiddling with something. And he's like, we need to contact, I forgot, Carter says something and Kat goes, I know, that's why I'm doing the thing to remajigger the hoodie, what, and she does this techno babble, but there's like no suave behind it, if that makes any sense. Like, it's just this very flat, kind of monotone delivery, to where it sounds like the voice actress doesn't quite know what she's saying. Like, there isn't confidence, I guess, in what she's saying. It just sounds kind of like lines being read off a piece of paper. Which I guess, have you ever heard, like, actual military radio comms? It's not like Shakespearean theatrical productions. People sound bored out of their minds in the real world. But I guess for video games, it doesn't work quite as well. Same with, like, that line from Halo Reach where it's, our squad is attacked by Covenant forces. The Covenant is on Reach. I repeat, the Covenant is on Reach. It's something like that. And then it's like, we know, Corporal. Or it's just like very weird, kind of like sleepy dialogue. And sleepy dialogue deliveries. And I think that they were trying to go for that, like, naturalism, that, like, realism that you hear in real radio chatter. But I don't think it works quite well in Reach. Halo Reach had humor. It was mostly during the gameplay, though. Any humor in the cutscenes is mostly, it's dry humor under stressful situations. And it's not like, the kind of humor, the stress humor in ODST, Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, ODST is a little bit odd. Should Locke, Osiris, and Blue Team come back to redeem themselves? No. Because the problem is, okay, Locke and Fireteam Osiris, that is 3 characters. Blue Team makes another 3. That is 6 characters. Just, the next Halo game has to have all the characters included that, the next Halo game might have, including the antagonists, and then 6 extra people shoved in there. I don't think Halo lives or dies by Agent Locke. I think he's very, very, like, who cares as a character. Same with everybody in Fireteam Osiris. None of them are vital to the Halo franchise going forward. None of them, I think, are particularly compelling either. And Blue Team, I think, works really well in a book format, but I don't think that they work very well in a game format. Just because I think with the game, it's like, imagine Halo 2 if Blue Team was a part of it. Like, the fact that Master Chief is the Spartan makes Master Chief a little bit more fun as a character in a Halo campaign. If Master Chief is just a Spartan, then it's a little bit less fun. Would you say Reach is the worst Halo game, as bad as Halo 5? No. Reach, no. No, Reach is up there. Reach is a very good Halo game. Halo Reach needed Sergeant Johnson to make everyone go, oh shit, the Covenant are here. And they ain't here to play hula hoop. Yeah, just Reach didn't have like that character. Reach was a very kind of like dry game. Which was the goal. You know, the goal of Halo Reach was to be a lot more somber, melancholic, and dry. Because it's more of a military story than it is an operatic, like, space opera adventure story. Blue Team works as a co-op gimmick. See, I think Master Chief clones work better. Or in the case of Halo 3, Chief and the Arbiter. I think that was probably perfect as far as co-op mechanics go. Having player 1 be Arbiter, player 2 be Arbiter, player 1 be Master Chief. Not even Buck. Buck's fine, but I think also Buck is... Buck was not written to his strengths in Halo 5, to the point that it didn't really feel like Buck. It just felt like Nathan Fillion. Granted, Buck is pretty much Nathan Fillion, but especially Halo 5, to the point that it didn't feel like the same character coming off of ODST, I guess. But I do think Halo 2... I personally liked the more serious tone of Reach, but I do think Halo 2 balanced humor with seriousness better. Yeah, Halo 2, I think something that I've been reflecting quite a lot on, you know, Joe Staten isn't part of Halo anymore. He won't be working on another Halo game after he was kind of like forced out of 343. Something that I've been thinking about a lot is like those cutscenes for the multiplayer that he worked on, that were mostly his idea. What was very shocking, I think, about the Halo Infinite multiplayer was the tonal shift. That you had like the seriousness of the campaign and stuff, and then you go to multiplayer and it's like, you know, this little like, you know, tiki head like babbling angrily, and they're just like, oh god, like shove it into a computer, like lock the computer down, like we'll figure out what to do with it later. Oh my god, it's gotten into Slayer and it's like taking over people's brains, you know, and it's just like this wacky little guy with an angry face. And just kind of like the focus on the more lighthearted stuff. Like, Halo used to just be that. I mean, not that, like, Halo wasn't serious, but what I mean is, like, Halo was never... Halo 4 was an oddity when it came out, and I remember it was an oddity, actually. Because Halo was always a little bit funny, a little bit lighthearted. It almost had, like, the tone balance of A New Hope, Star Wars. You know, where it's like, yes, serious things are happening, but it is an adventure. Or think of, like, Half-Life, like the tone of Half-Life, where it's like serious stuff is happening, but, like, characters are still saying funny things, and even, like, scary things are happening in funny ways. Like, Halo was never very serious until Halo 4, and Halo 5, and then Halo Infinite. And I think by the time of Halo Infinite, a lot of us had kind of adjusted and acclimated to 343's more self-serious Halo, that by the time Joe Staten comes and reintroduces the kind of corniness back into the series, it's like whiplash, because we're so used to Halo taking itself so damn seriously for a decade under 343. At least that's me. You know? Obviously, that's not to say that, you know, the multiplayer storyline with the Academy and the Spartan commander is, like, the most compelling thing in the world. But just that general vibe, like the cutscene of him opening up the door and then, like, howling like a dog as he falls down into the cavern below, like, all of that's felt very classic Halo-like. Like, keep in mind, Combat Evolved had a cutscene where Master Chief teleports into a Covenant ship upside down with the camera flipped upside down, and Chief looks around before realizing that he's upside down and then falls on his head. Like, that's the kind of tone that Halo operated under until Halo 4, you know? Thoughts on the new last season of Red vs. Blue? I haven't watched Red vs. Blue in an extremely long time, so I couldn't tell you. It is sad to know, though, that Red vs. Blue is ending. I haven't liked it since they introduced CGI fight sequences, but that doesn't mean that I haven't appreciated that Red vs. Blue existed, and it's very sad to know that Red vs. Blue is coming to an end. And Rooster Teeth in general. I can't take the brute AI seriously, whatever his name is. He reminds me too much of the floating mask in Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, he definitely is very silly, and I think that was the point. It sucks that it was done the way it was, because I could imagine if Joe Staten was able to fully complete his vision for the story, which would have been every 3 months something is happening. They bring this Banished AI back to base. They think they've contained it. They've not contained it. It's broken out of its containment, and it's this, like, silly little thing that nobody's taking it's almost like a trickster, you know, like just this wacky little thing. It's not like a big monster. It's not like a big guy who's threatening to kill. It's like this little wacky guy that's threatening to kill everybody, and no one's taking it seriously. And because no one's taking it seriously, it breaks out of its little containment. It begins infecting the multiplayer servers and turning people into brute zombies, which is the infection mode. Then it hijacks a satellite and begins broadcasting the location of the Academy to the Banished. Then the Banished show up, and that's firefight. And then Oni has to come in and shut everything down, and this, like, little brute AI is being, like, interrogated and stuff, and things are really bad, because now the war with the Banished are heating up, and... like, I can see where he was going, and it definitely is a very different kind of villain. It's a villain Halo, I guess, hasn't had in a while, which is, it's not a villain that, like, is going to tower over Master Chief and throw him out a window. It's almost like Truth, you know? Where it's like, yeah, Truth is not going to win a fist fight with the Master Chief. Hey Taras, if you could change one thing about Halo Infinite, what would it be and why? Assuming you can go back in time to 2020. Well, I guess if I could go back in time even further to offer my suggestions during development for Halo Infinite, when 343 asked us, I'd probably put an emphasis on the content. Like, as far as the game modes are concerned and stuff, make sure that the classic game modes are there. Don't worry about the production value side of them or the narrative justification of them. What I would do is I would suggest things like Infection, turn that into a Slayer variant for launch. Have like a little thing that you can tweak in the Slayer, you know, game type in custom games where it's like, if you are killed, you switch teams, yes or no. Have something like that. You know, same with like bomb, like, okay, oddball, have that be a bomb, you know? Like, it doesn't need to be the bomb, but make it so that there is a game type where you have to deliver the oddball to a ring to score a point or something. Like, I'd have, if you guys can't get the full developed modes, have approximations that we have access to and put them into matchmaking for the launch of the game. And these themed versions of the mode, like the Eratus Infection, have that be something that is part of the live service. Make sure that the content is there. It doesn't need the production value. Because that'll be more important than having the community wait months, if not years, for some of these modes to arrive.
5 minutes remaining.
The enemy has your flag. You are seeking Switch Boy? Why are him? Oh, this is here. Mr. Ben, my friend, I am going to put you in timeout, sir, because you are being a little meanie. We're not gonna have that, okay?
An ally returned
If you want something, you gotta say it, because otherwise you're just complaining. Or yelling at other people. Reach multiplayer really needed an overhaul. I don't think Reach needed an overhaul. I think Reach's multiplayer was fine for what it is. It's not exactly how I would have done it, but it was functional. It was balanced. It worked. You know, I remember when Reach came out. I remember it back during its prime. It was fine. There wasn't anything overtly broken about it. The only reason that, like, we nitpick Reach now is because Reach is well over 10 years old now, and so all of its... most of the player base... well, of course the player base has gone. Like, not only is the original game unplayable online, the MCC version, you can only play the title update version, which has balancing tweaks that do not reflect how the game originally played. And MCC is only really played by Halo fans. But back during the days of Halo on the 360, when Halo was played by casual people alongside Call of Duty, like, people, non-Halo fans played Halo. Because, well, of course, you play Halo. Halo's the big shooter on console. Like, when most people are playing and they don't care about the meta or whatever, everyone's just playing, you know, AR starts, like, Reach was fine. Poo-poo guy Ben. This is my wife, I agree. Reach was balanced. Haha, armor lock, go burr. I can promise the amount of times that armor lock annoys you, it probably happens once in a 5-hour session, and that is ultimately only 10 seconds. Armor lock is definitely annoying, but I think armor lock is more of a meme than it was a genuine game-breaking problem, you know? Large-scale battlefield Halo battles would be dope. It would be dope. It would be dope, actually, quite a bit. First time playing Reach Invasion during the beta was amazing. Yeah, God. Reach Invasion was awesome. Not so much on the MCC, because just nobody plays it, and it's a ranked thing for some reason. Some reason it's ranked.
An ally returned our flag.
What are your thoughts on holding left trigger to aim as opposed to the classic scoping with the right stick? It was just a zoom back then. Now it's just aiming sights in a weird way. Some of it is definitely just, I think it's just the way that, like, controller defaults have shifted over time, because it wasn't just Halo. Back in the day, most first-person shooters had you using the left trigger for, like, grenades or hugging cover or whatever, and usually the right stick was reserved for any kind of aim, whether it be aiming down the sights, zooming, focus fire, anything. And it's just kind of like a thing that shifted over time. I personally do prefer clicking down the right stick to zoom, but I do also think that, like, it's not as simple as just a change in the controller layout, because also it comes down to how the weapons are designed to be used. Like Halo 5, for example, that is a game that is designed for aiming down the sights. Like, aiming down the sights is a core part of its gameplay. It's not just a classic zoom function. So you are going to be snapping in and out of your sights quite a lot. And clicking is a little bit more exhausting. You know, clicking your thumb is a little bit more exhausting than just squeezing the left trigger, then letting go of it to zoom in and out. And so I think in order for right stick to be a default for activating your zoom, you also have to just kind of like design your game with the classic zoom in mind, rather than wanting an aiming down the sights type mechanic. I know people hate the 343 original elites for being ugly and monstrous, but I think Reach and Halo Wars 1's Pinata elites were just as goofy. They were definitely just as goofy, but I think that there is a difference, I guess, in the goofiness. There is a difference in the goofiness, I think, that's hard to articulate, and you're gonna have to give me some time. Do you think the game needed Halo 5's graphical fidelity? Unsure if this new art style reaches its full potential without it. Well, Halo Infinite looks significantly better than Halo 5. Much, much better than Halo 5. Like, graphical fidelity-wise, Halo Infinite is superior in every single conceivable way. Like, Halo 5, not only were Spartans not shaded properly when they'd step into shadowed region, your own weapon didn't cast a shadow on your hand. Like, if you go into Halo 5, stand out in the open, and rotate 360 degrees, there's just no shadow coming off your gun. Like, it's just, you know, you look down, no shadow being cast by your Spartan, and then it also doesn't help that everybody beyond 5 feet of the player, their animation frames start getting chopped up. Grass doesn't react to anything. You could throw grenades, you could run through it and stuff, and the grass is just static. It also doesn't have its own shadow, so it looks weird and like plasticky and fake. Halo 5 just didn't look very good graphically. Back when it came out, it looked several years out of date, and in some areas was a downgrade from Halo 4 graphically. Halo Infinite, thankfully, is a much better looking game than Halo 5. You know, at least my guy actually casts a shadow now, and metal looks like metal and not like weird rubber. I think for Halo 5, people get distracted by the saturation and the lens flares on everything. But if you actually stop and just look around, Halo 5's a kind of ugly looking game. It's a lot of little small compromises were made to hit that 60 frames per second target. And not a lot of those compromises were necessary. It was more so just to do with like how kind of like unwieldy and janky the Halo engine was becoming at that point. That there was a lot of over optimization that had to be done. Halo Infinite cutscenes kind of remind me of God of War. It's that one long take, and the way that the cutscenes seamlessly go from gameplay into cutscene, just like God of War.
Double kill.
The enemy has your flag.
Yo, LNGesus Ronin. This ain't good. I'm gonna lose my Scorpion. see if we can get that scorpion to pop his little head up over the hill. Oh my gosh, that thing's gonna kill me. Damn it. Okay. Would you say 343 cares too much about esports? No. No. If anything, I think that there is actually... They don't quite know who to cater to, because 343, they want their gunplay to be extremely easy. But they also want the game to be very competitively viable. So things like the battle rifle, they make it extremely easy to use for most people. Same with the assault rifle. You give it a ton of range, you get, you know, tighten up the accuracy, give it a damage boost, headshot multiplier and stuff. But then they also want a lot of this sandbox that is designed to be much easier to use. They also want it to be competitively viable. But the problem is it's been designed to be simple. So it's just a lot of like kind of like weird contradictions that I think are why kind of like Halo Esports has kind of fallen off a little bit. Just because like the sandbox isn't quite as deep as it was in the Bungie titles. Or at least the original trilogy, because Reach, that Reach was the very much the same thing, where it was, the sandbox was designed first and foremost for ease of use, casual play. The God of War-like cutscenes hurt like Halo Infinite because it forced the villains to just be talking heads and couldn't really do much stuff, almost like the Batman games, how they just talk. Well, some of that is also just because of the narrative direction and the writer. Paul Crocker, the fellow who wrote Halo Infinite's campaign, well, you know, directed the narrative of Halo Infinite's campaign. He also wrote Batman Arkham, the Arkham trilogy, and wasn't very familiar with Halo, didn't have a lot of interest in Halo's canon or its lore or its history. He was more interested in telling a story that he thought would be interesting, which is part of why Atriox isn't in Halo Infinite's campaign. He didn't really know who Atriox was, so he wanted a new character that he could flesh out himself. And in some cases, I actually think that worked for the best, because I think the introduction of the pilot was a great idea. That is one of Halo's strongest characters, I think, since the Bungie era. But I think in some cases, you know, it didn't quite work in its favor, such as, you know, the villains. I think the villains could have used with a bit more history to them, like Atriox. But the God of War style cutscenes, I do think Halo benefits quite a bit from spectacle and from having a camera that is not one long continuous shot. Because, you know, you need those dramatic sweeping camera angles, those big establishing shots, those clever cutaways and stuff like that. I agree Infinite can look beautiful, especially in Ultra campaign and certain dev maps, but man, some of the Forge maps in matchmaking, I swear, look like they're a decade old. Oh yeah, well that's just because, you know, they're Forge. They're designed to be performant on an original Xbox. So unfortunately, a lot of details have to be sacrificed. Halo Infinite story was pretty bad. I don't know if I'd agree there. I think Infinite story was pretty great, actually. Not as great as the Bungie games, but I think it was the best 343 story. I mean, it has that problem that just all the 343 games have, where the villain isn't that interesting. But as far as the characters go, Chief was great in it. The pilot was really good. I liked the weapon quite a bit. I really liked the sub-monitor. I really, really liked the sub-monitor. The biggest thing that threw me about Infinite's campaign was that the big battle happened while you were knocked out and all you got were the scraps afterwards. Well, that was intentional. That was intentional. It was deliberate. The goal, if I remember right, one of the things that they wanted to invoke was melancholy, and the idea of kind of like just picking up the pieces, putting everything together almost like a mystery. The campaign starts and you aren't quite sure what happened, and then by the end of the campaign you figured out what happened, figured out that it was time to say goodbye and that it's time to start anew. Like, they weren't trying to trick anybody with, like, the battle happened off screen. It's like, that was intentional. You know, they weren't trying to fool you. That was the point of the story. There were some comparisons that were drawn to ODST, but I do think in the case of ODST, it helped that ODST had flashback missions where you could actually play through those battles. Eshram was a wasted villain. I think Eshram was okay. Lovely Halo, says Rebecca. Lovely Halo. I agree. But Chief is always on this alone journey. He doesn't feel like he's part of the UNSC anymore. It's kind of weird. In Halo Infinite, yeah, it's man, it's just that like weird. Paul Crocker wanted him to be more like Batman, you know, where Chief is more like a superhero, and I don't think it works quite well. How many Halo novels have you read? All the ones I've read are honestly really good. How many have I read? I can't remember, but Halo novels, there's generally a rule of thumb, which is Halo books are good. Saw you in my comment section again and was super happy, so I thought I'd say sup, dude. How you doing, Ronan? What's going on, buddy? Hopefully things are going well for you. Infinite tried to pull an ODST and failed in every step. Infinite would have been great with flashback missions. Maybe you could have played as the Spartan 4s. I think that was an idea that was actually floated around during development. It was even part of like a prototyping period, if I recall. It was part of this Skunkworks project, if I remember right the way it was described to me, where it was, the idea was you find a battle and then you can experience the battle via flashback. They weren't quite sure if it was going to be an actual mechanic where Chief takes like a recording and puts it into his helmet, and then that is the trigger for the flashback mission, but that was explored. But they just decided that part of it was also like, you know, you have 2 years to develop an open world game. But also some of it was just that, like, the Cortana stuff nobody was really interested in at 343. Like, nobody really had a lot of faith or enthusiasm for the created and stopping evil Cortana. You know, I think everybody at that point just wanted to kind of like, you know, like hide their faces and try to move on to something else. And I think for the most part, it was the smarter idea. Because I don't think they could have satisfactorily concluded it, because I think at its core, the idea of stop Cortana and save the galaxy, that's like just not a great hook. So the best thing you can do is just kind of like get it over with and move on to something else. And I think for the most part, Halo Infinite did move on to something better. What really happened with the Slipspace engine? The Slipspace engine... Hi, Yagi. The Slipspace engine was supposed to be kind of like this if I remember right, one of the developers told me from his perspective on the ground level that it came across quite a bit like, you know, there's this obvious worry about Epic Games kind of monopolizing the games industry with like just like their engine, and then the problem is whatever you do in the Unreal Engine, Epic Games can use that then to improve their own products like Fortnite and stuff like that. So it's almost like you can't be special anymore. Your proprietary tool set and your engine doesn't, it all belongs to Epic now, and whatever advancements you make belong to Epic. And it seemed like Chris Lee at the time was really keen on getting the Halo engine out of its Halo 5 state, because with Halo 5 it was so kind of like, I don't want to use the term inbred, but that's kind of like the best way I can describe it, where it was just so poorly organized under the hood that it was actively causing harm to the development process. And there was this desire to, like, you know, Halo 5 was a nightmare to make. Fix this shit. This engine is unworkable. And Chris Lee envisioned this idea of like, we're gonna clean up the Halo engine, dust it off, you know, get it really modular, get it really working. Look, we're gonna come up with this idea where you can place AI and they will be able to organically navigate around like these environments that you make. Just organically pathfind, you know, it'll be really easy to do and stuff. And then we'll even pitch the Slipspace engine to Microsoft as this alternative because it's going to become so advanced. You know, but Halo Infinite probably could have been planned a little bit better. And because of that, obviously, things did not turn out that way. And the Slipspace engine kind of turned into a Halo 5 Part 2 in terms of kind of being forced to make a game with a very disorganized, fractured, unfinished engine. And now, unfortunately, it seems like 343, they had this problem that was kind of part of like a Microsoft issue, which was it felt like at times there were more producers than there were developers. And I guess under Pierre Heinz now, that problem has actually gotten worse, where 343 is very much a studio kind of filled to the brim with producers who are interested in like kind of like, you know, the business angle of Halo and how, you know, you can expand Halo, which is good, because I do think Halo could do with a little bit more creative business thinking on how you can expand it. But you know, one of the things that like a producer is immediately going to notice is, well, the problem with the Slipspace engine is it's this proprietary technology and we operate on a contractor system, so you can't work at 343 for too long before we have to let you go. That way, you know, you don't become a full-time employee with benefits and everything, you know, saves the company a little bit of money. So let's switch over to the Unreal Engine, because most contractors will be more familiar with the Unreal Engine. And that means throwing away, you know, the Halo engine that the series has used since the first Halo game. And that's kind of what's happening with Slipspace, I guess, is 343 is just kind of like gonna put the source code to the Halo engine in a drawer somewhere, and that's where it'll remain. Which is sad, you know? I like the Halo engine. Even at its weirdest, most broken and most janky, like during the Halo 4 and 5, or the Halo 5 and Infinite days, it's still the Halo engine. It's still got that charm to it. I can't imagine what the next Halo game is going to feel like without it. But I'm going to keep an open mind. Something I am quite excited about, actually, is the prospect of Halo using a more advanced engine. Because there was a point in time, I think, where Bungie was actually, like, they were kicking ass with their Halo engine. Maybe not like Halo 2, because unfortunately that was a game of many graphical compromises. But Combat Evolved was pretty impressive for a console game. Halo 3 was pretty good looking from a lighting perspective. You know, Reach looked fantastic. And then it was kind of like around Halo 4, I think. Halo 4 was held up by a lot of its art direction and color choice. But it was a step back, technically, in a couple of areas. And then Halo 5 was the same way. Halo Infinite, even, you know, doesn't really push any new ground. And it'll be interesting to see, like, Halo running with some pretty state-of-the-art technology again. The prospect of, like, a Halo game having good in-engine motion blur again actually excites me quite a bit. Did you forget about early morning gaming? Of course I haven't forgotten about it. I go to sleep each night praying that I don't remember early morning gaming. I feel like 343 and Bungie shared development on the engine. It could have worked out so much better. The Tiger engine is based off the old Halo engine, after all. Well, it's... So, the Tiger engine, if I remember right, it branched off around Halo 3. That's when the Tiger engine for Destiny began development, and it's so specifically developed for Destiny's needs that it really isn't the Halo engine anymore. There is only, like, the tiniest of things that are similar. Because for the most part, it really is its own beast, the Tiger engine.
Victory is within reach.
LOL, it was fine, cakey. Uh-oh, what happened? Okay, Eggman is over there. He was staring at me for a second. Next Halo, grunts and elites should be allies. Introduce new enemies to fight that are fun to kill. Elites and grunts could be really fun allies, but I also want to kill them, you know? I don't want to just not have them be enemies for some reason, you know?
Your team has come out on top.
Like, grunts are an iconic enemy to the Halo franchise. You don't want to just throw them in the trash because X amount of time has passed. But I would love to see some new enemies. Something I would freaking love to see it's that brute unit from Halo Wars 2, where it's like a brute with like a backpack, and there's like a grunt riding in the backpack. I'd freaking love that. Do you have any cool weapon ideas that have interesting utility value? I do. This is one that I've been pitching for the longest time. I would love a harpoon gun of some kind. I would love a harpoon gun that can create wires, and the wires can be used in a variety of different ways. So, okay, as an example, I will pitch you a scenario. There is a big team battle map like Rat's Nest, where it's very much, baby, we've played Rat's Nest quite a lot in the squad battle playlist. It's the one that's mostly kind of like a garage, like lots of like human tunnels, you know, and there's like the warthogs, and we kind of like drive around the tunnels and go, you know, very concrete like. Imagine, so you've got these paths where you know that a warthog or a ghost is going to come down that tunnel every now and then. What you'd do is you'd take this harpoon gun and you'd stay here and then think, and you'd fire, and it would whoosh, like create a line between the two ends of the tunnel, and then somebody is coming in a ghost or a warthog and boo, 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 and it flips it and knocks them out of their seat. Or if you attach it to the vehicle, you can then pin it into the wall, and the vehicle can drive around all at once, but within this circular radius because it's attached by this zip line. I also had the idea, if scarabs were to ever come back in the campaign, you could also do something similar with the leg, where you could attach a zip line to the leg of the scarab and bolt it into the ground, and kind of, you know, slow a scarab down so that you could board it. And then another idea that this zip line could also be, well, I just gave it away actually, is say in Halo Infinite's campaign, you're at the top of a mountain and you've got some Marines with you. You can shoot a zip line down to the bottom of the mountain, And, like, your Marines will just, woohoo! You know, and they'll use their battle rifles like a zipline, and they'll ride all the way down to the bottom. That way it's easier for you to keep, like, a squad of AI with you at all times. And for multiplayer purposes, your team could use that. Say, like, you know, it's a big team battle map, like, well, this one right here that we're doing. I'm going to be up here. I want a path that's all the way down there for my buddies. I'm going to take my zipline thing and I'm going to create one all the way down there, and now it's there. It's fixed onto the map, and at any point my team or the enemy team can use that zipline to get to that area that I had shot. That's what I would do. That's an idea for a weapon that I would make in Halo.
New zones incoming.
Are you letting people just join to play? Trying to grind a big team. Yeah, I guess just shoot me a message and I'll invite you. I don't know what the capacity is, I guess, for mentioning you, but
New zones are ready.
yeah, but that's what I would do. That reminds me of the mix of the skewer and grapple hook. Yeah, a little bit. Another idea that I would do is I would straight up rip off Half-Life's gravity gun. What I was thinking was, so Tartarus in the Halo 2 cutscenes, think of the cutscene where he takes Guilty Spark, you know, Guilty Spark is like talking to Arbiter, you know, Arbiter's like, I had to kill him, Oracle, I had no choice. And then Guilty Spark is like, why do you insist on calling me Oracle? Like, and he flies away because Tartarus has a gravity hammer and he's like sucking Guilty Spark over to him. Or think of like with Miranda Keys, the way Tartarus just like sucked over Miranda Keys using his gravity hammer. I'm like, it would be cool if you could use the gravity hammer that way in Halo, like in Halo gameplay, rather than it being a big monkey hammer. Imagine if you could press left trigger to flip the gravity hammer over, and now it's in suck mode, and you can like pull items to you, and then press left trigger and flip them around, and now it's in push mode, and you can fling those objects away. Yeah, that's what I would do. Those are the kind of fun sandbox ideas that are in my head, where if I was ever given full control of a Halo sandbox, I would go bonkers with that kind of stuff, like the fun, wacky weapons. I wouldn't do, you know, Halo 5 thing where it's like, here's 7 to 9 different weapons, and the only thing that makes them different is their fire rate. I would do it more like every single weapon is going to have a very unique function like that. Some weapons you're going to use for getting kills with, some are going to be used to transform the battlefield around you, some are going to be utility, some are going to be lethal, some are going to be designed for esports, like the battle rifle. It's going to be this all-around great utility weapon. Others are going to be just, you know, goof-offy, fun type stuff, like a needler. That's the way that I would design Halo Sandbox, at least. Tartar sauce sucked. Guilty carp. He certainly did. Christ bless you. How do you feel about the modern Halo fans in the community? I feel like most people like Halo. The vocal ones can give you the impression, or that most people that like Halo are completely normal. The vocal aspect of the Halo community can give you the impression that they're all psychotic. But the only reason that you are seeing so much negativity and stuff is because the people who are like that are going to be the ones who are loud and annoying about it. The people who are happy, they're just going to be quietly playing Halo, you know? They're not going to be, like, online telling people constantly every hour of the day how happy they are, you know? So you want to add Doom's meat hook and Silver the Hedgehog's telekinesis. Silver the Hedgehog's telekinesis from Sonic 2006, yes. The meat hook, my harpoon gun is more advanced than the meat hook. Because the meat hook is a mobility tool only, really. My thing would have more functions. But yeah, sort of, you know. Hey Taras, have you played the Halo CE Havoc mod on Steam? It's something special. I think I've got it downloaded. I gotta do a stream where I'm just playing, you know, some Steam Workshop stuff, because there's a lot of really good Steam Workshop stuff coming out.
Your team has total control.
Isn't there an unreleased Halo Infinite equipment thing that sucks things? Probably. I don't know, there's a lot of unfinished Halo Infinite stuff. Had it ever interested you about how Halo is perceived in other countries? I think about it all the time, if I had to be honest. Yeah, so I am actually quite interested. From what I understand, like, the Latino Halo community is quite passionate. The only run-ins I've had are some, like, you know, just like how, like, a lot of the English-speaking ones are quite toxic. There are some toxic Latino Halo fans. But something that is actually quite interesting is, I guess Japan Halo has a small cult following in Japan. It's not huge, it's not crazy, but the Bungie games at least have a cult following in Japan. And I think that makes sense, just because, if you've ever seen, like, some of the artwork, Halo does Master Chief does kind of look like a Gundam, at least during the Bungie era. So I can totally see why that appeals. What would you theme your harpoon gun around? UNSC, Banished, Forerunner? To be honest, I would theme it around, human. Oh my god, what's going on? I'd theme it probably around human. There we go, that's fine, that's fair. That was my bad. It would probably be, I'd envision it in, like, it would be a level contextual weapon that only exists in one level. And it would be like you're fighting off aliens, whether they're Covenant or Banished, in a fishing village or some kind. And you've got, like, AI kind of, like, running around, and it's just there, you know? It's just there. Because I can't really justify the UNSC, like, unironically being like, hey, what if we attached a rope to a stick and, like, used that in battle? Like, I don't think that the UNSC would do that. It could work as a brute weapon. Could work as a brute weapon. I just don't know if it would be fun to fight against. You know what? The longer I think, the more fun it would actually be to fight against it. But then the problem is I'd want organic ways for you to get access to it, which aren't just, like, kill a guy to get it, you know? Oh yeah, Rebecca can testify that the Latino Halo community, at least on Twitter, they've got... Oh boy. Thoughts on Master Chief's Halo Legends armor? It's alright. I think the helmet looks a little bit weird. I much prefer the Halo Infinite helmet. Do you hope they continue the Endless storyline, or do you think they should push it to the side? The Endless storyline should absolutely be continued, but it should not be like, the Forerunners' lies are at an end, the Precursor, Didac, Librarian, Gene's Song, Arbit, like, just all of these, like, capital letter names for things and concept. Like, I think that the Endless need to be, like, a more grounded enemy faction. Like, you can give them, like, weird properties, like some element of time control, but I don't want it to be, like, fighting God. You know? Like, I want them to be an alien faction that we are trying to stop. That we are at war with. Do you think the game should introduce human factional infighting at any point? No. No. I do not. I have negative interest in a Halo game where some of the enemies that you fight are humans. I don't think that that's a fun idea at all. Not only are humans not fun to fight mechanically, I also think that that's just not why people play Halo. You play Halo, like, the promise of a Halo campaign is you get to fight a bunch of really cool aliens, and they're all pretty funny and really cool, and they have great animations, great designs, cool weapons. You don't play a Halo game thinking, God, I hope I fight humans. You want to fight with humans against aliens. Do you think the energy bayonet from Halo 5 should return? I don't see a point to it. Thoughts on the new El Dorito update? Oh, dude, the new El Dorito update is awesome. It sucks that El Dorito is 60 FPS. Just because that doesn't look very good on a 144 hertz monitor. But, I mean, El Dorito is great. What are your thoughts on Spartan Zane joining Banished? I don't really have thoughts. I think it's kind of dumb. I guess that the Banished want a Spartan equivalent, and their best idea is just having, like, a Spartan fight for that, like a human, you know? Like, they want transhumanism, and I'm just, like, thinking, like, if I were the leader of the Brutes, and if I were the leader of Brutes, and I'm essentially at war with a primitive species that has, like, this badass mechanical armor that makes them a little bit more equipped to fist fight me, I would not be like, well, obviously the solution is we need some of them to come fight for it. What I would do is I'd immediately get to work giving my Brutes the badass armor, so that they can just clobber your little goofy, like, technologically primitive humans, you know? Yeah, that is the part that I do think is very silly. That it's like, at the end of the day, like, it all has to be about the Spartans. The Spartans are so special, and only humans can be Spartans. Even the Brutes want Spartans, but not Spartan Brutes. They want human Spartans. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'm not, you know, I'm not too bothered by it, because we're not going to see human enemies in the next Halo game, because that would not be a very good gameplay choice. Realistic date for the next Halo multiplayer campaign, which will be first. Multiplayer. 2026 or 2027. Though those are going to be those are my predictions. 2026 at the extreme earliest. Like, that will be early, like, coming in hot. Like, the game is maybe in like a beta or something like that, or it releases in, like, a kind of like, we're gonna work on it and grow it over time. It's a live service. But I'm leaning more towards 2027. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, 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 boy. Ooh, double kill. Okay.
Target spotted.
I thought El Dorito got shut down. El Dorito didn't get shut down. 343 basically begged for those modders' lives because Microsoft was going to come after them and was like, hey guys, like, stop working on that mod, like, or you're going to be in a hell of a lot of legal trouble. And they did it. They stopped working on the mod, and this was kind of like a group of rogue modders who have continued the work of SPV3, who are not being very loud about the fact that they're working on SPV3. What would you do if 343 adds collabs to the game? Depends on the collab, I guess. Oh, and as for campaign or multiplayer being first, it's gonna be the multiplayer, but I wonder if there is going to be a traditional campaign next time around. What's your dream Halo spin-off game? Mine is playing as an elite on High Charity during the Great Schism, Fall of High Charity. I would really like a city builder, a Halo city builder. Like, one where you have to manage an economy and grow an empire. Like, kind of like, you can be Covenant, Banished, Human, whatever you want, and you just land on, like, a rock. And you've got a couple of settlers, and then you have to build your structures, and you have to build your fortresses and your fleet, and build an economy for your colony to survive, you know. If you want to be warlike, you can. If you just want to be peaceful, you can. You know, you're going to have conflict with some of the other factions. You know, if you're a human, it is entirely possible that you'll uncover some Forerunner artifacts, and it'll bring the Covenant, you know, and there's the threat of glassing.
The enemy is about to prevail.
But just something like, yeah, Kairosoft, Halo Edition. That's what I want. Like, guys, don't get me wrong. I love shooting aliens in Halo. But sometimes I want to, like, as goofy as this sounds, I want to grow some crops in the Halo universe. Like, I just want to do something a little bit chill. Something a little bit, like, mellow, you know, where it's like, it's the end of the day. I want to unwind for a little bit. I want to slow my thinking down so I can get eepy and ready for bed. And I don't want to be like, you know, killing spree, double kill. Like, I want something slow-paced so, like, my brain can start to slow down. And I just, like, love a little thing where I just see, like, thousands of little guys going to work on my UNSC colony. You know, and I'm like, yeah. Yeah, there's a weird Forerunner outbreak from some virus the Forerunners were studying. I'm gonna put a couple thousand more credits into medical research so that my guy... Ooh, you know, a nearby moon is offering me some supplies. Okay, like, I want something like that, you know, just like a very, very, like, just low energy thing. Christ bless you, like the Fallout Shelter game. Bigger in scale. Similar, though. Like, similar idea, just bigger in scale, I'm thinking. Think of, like, Sim City. Or City Skylines. Slow game, elephant driving simulator. That's great. That could be fun. Something to do with the warthog. Something to do with the warthog could be a lot of fun. Like a driving game with a warthog. Stardew Valley evolved. It would be called Stardew, Planting evolved. How would you feel about making the energy sword throwable? If you throw it, you would have to pick it up, of course. Not necessary, just because of grenades, because of stickies and stuff like that. Could be cool, but I don't... I could see problems from it, you know? In that, like, the energy sword, part of its thing is that it's not a ranged weapon. By giving you the ability to throw it, you've now turned it into an insta-kill ranged weapon. Halo driving endurance across the ring, you have to repair it and stuff, like you're a stranded marine. That could be fun. Almost like, think of it like, what's the swimming game? What's the game? What's the game about the water? Crap, what's it called? The water game. Water game. Oh god, it's babies. It's baby stuff. Subnautica. Imagine like Subnautica, but on land, where it's like you're just a guy who crash landed on a ring, and you have to find parts to build a radio. And it's not combat, it's just like running across the ring, surveying the weird exotic wildlife that exists on the ring. You stumble upon a crashed Banished phantom, and you can like pick it apart, and you find like, you know, a piece of wire that you need and stuff like that. Lotto not. Yes, exactly, babe. Love stuff like that. Gotta head out. Take care, Taras. Enjoy the stream. Really good hearing from you. Really good gaming. Are there any stupid loopholes in the Halo story that really annoy you?
One flag.
Loopholes. Loopholes? You mean plot holes? I don't think Halo has any, like, plot holes. It has some contradictions, but I don't know if those are plot holes as much as they're just Halo is so old now that of course there's going to be contradictions in the lore. Yeah, I guess there's no plot holes. You know, everything is explained in some way.
Round one.
What would you fix in the Reach campaign? Oh man, in the Reach campaign, what would I fix? I would make the Long Night of Solace segment much shorter. Like the space flight combat thing, much shorter. I'm trying to think of what else. I would probably, rather than the returning to castle base mission, I would have something that's more original, I guess. I'm not quite sure what it would be yet, but I mean, lore-wise, it seems that the UNSC would have way more advanced weapons than what they've gotten. Well, that's not a plot hole. That's not a plot hole, that's just, like, a thing that you think should be the case. Because as far as, like, the UNSC are concerned, as far as Halo is concerned, like, we know the rules of the Halo universe. That's just how the Halo universe is, you know? It's not like other sci-fi universes where they have laser guns already. You know, just the Halo universe still has ballistic firearms. I guess it's kind of like Alien, where it's like, why does Alien have, like, IBM-style computer consoles, you know, on some of their ships? Even the ones that are quote-unquote outdated, they wouldn't have technology like that. You know, and it's like, because that's just what the Alien universe looks like. That's the way technology evolved in that specific sci-fi world. That was embarrassing. I should have lost that fight. Do you think Halo Infinite will get a direct sequel just like 4 was to Halo 3? No, I don't think so. I think the next Halo game is going to be very unconventional. I think it will be a continuation of Halo Infinite, but it will not be like... It will not be Halo 7, you know? Damn it. Hot take, laser guns are a lot easier to make than Mjolnir armor. I don't even think that's a hot take. I think that's just common sense. Yeah, like the UNSC could very much have laser weapons if they wanted. But they don't. They like their shell-loading shotguns. Do you think that the Halo 4 fuel rod gun firing sound effect sounds a lot like a soda can? Because that's what I thought it sounded like when I first heard it. The kathunk. I don't know. I'd imagine it was probably pulled from some Microsoft sound library. Like I know the flood sound, like that, you know, like that weird screeching they do. That's pulled from a popular Microsoft stock sound library that a lot of their developers use. You can even hear that Halo 4 flood sound in Gears of War 4. It's the sound for the, what do they call it? The leaper, the jumper, like the little frog thing that like jumps around on desks. The UNSC have the Spartan laser. They do have the Spartan laser, but the Spartan laser looks like an experimental piece of technology that is like very, very, very expensive to produce. Like this Spartan laser doesn't look like something that the UNSC just has so many of, you know? The railgun is sort of lasery. Well, the railgun isn't a laser. It's a magnetically propelled bolt, if I remember right. That's how a railgun works.
Round 2.
What is the coolest helmet in Halo Infinite? Oh, it's gotta be the crap. What's it called? What's the Halo Infinite version of the ODST helmet? That is my favorite helmet in this game.
Double kill.
Yeah, like railgun technology, I think even exists today. It's not like magical, you know, like it is in Halo, where it's kind of like the charging and the electrical crackling and stuff. Like it's not as dramatic as that, I'd say. But railgun technology isn't like so science fiction. It's more about cost, I think, as well as like even justifying it. It's kind of like, well, why haven't we gone to the moon since the 60s and 70s or whatever? Like, why aren't we going back to the moon? It's like, why? Do you know how much money that would cost, and what would be the point? Like, it's like kind of like a railgun. It's like, do we need a railgun? Do we need to spend a lot of money on a railgun right now? Probably not. Firefall. That's the name of it. Firefall. Yeah, Firefall's great. Also, laser guns aren't that practical. They need a lot of electrical power to be effective. But imagine 500 years in the future. With the ability to go to other planets and mine moons for, like, resources and alloys and crystals, you know, that are probably more conductive than some of the materials we've got here on Earth. Like, it would probably be a lot easier to create laser weaponry once we become, like, spacefaring. Though, like, the thought of, like, oh my gosh, we can go to outer space, what are we gonna do with it? Immediately find resources so we can make things to kill other people with. Like, that thought is depressing. But, you know how it is. Does Infinite's melee look off, or is it just me? I feel like Halo Infinite's melee is fine. They just look sort of like melee attacks, you know? I think it might be the lack of screen shake, but that's because I have screen shake turned off right now. Just because I think I generally actually don't mind screen shake in games. But Infinite's, I think that there's a bug with it. I think it's not actually shaking the screen at a proper refresh rate. Or not a proper refresh rate, sorry, that's not what I meant. I don't think the camera is being updated at the same rate as the game's refresh rate. So it looks very laggy and jittery, and it actually makes me feel kind of sick. It reminds me of when Halo Infinite released and the weapon reload animations were not updated at 60 or 144 frames per second. Like, they were capped at like a bizarre 12 frames per second or something like that.
Round lost.
Lasers could be very practical for space infantry, you'd have no blooming, but the issue then is, why would we ever deploy infantry in space? Yeah, it's like, so here's the goofy thing about Halo, which somebody had to come up with this idea. It was somebody who was kind of hired outside of Bungie, because Bungie, you know, they didn't care about like the realism. Like, they were just trying to make like this game. You know, they wanted this game to just get out the door. And they were like, okay, humans are at war with aliens, squid people, like the Covenant. Like, awesome. They have badass super soldiers. They have all these ships and jeeps and equipment and tactical gear and stuff, and they're the aliens, the Covenant. They're very, very bad, and we've been at war with them for 30 years. And this guy who came from outside was like, this makes no goddamn sense that, like, humanity would just have this insane military, like, just as a default, like, hanging out, you know, and then the Covenant attacked and we had to go to war. You know, so he came up with the idea of there being, like, these outer colonies and a lot of civil war, people trying to secede from the UNSC, because he was like, where did all of this tech come from? Like, all of these just machines of war. Because they wouldn't just make them if there wasn't conflict going on before the arrival of the Covenant, you know? Yeah, and so going into, like, we don't just make a crazy military fleet unless there's, like, a reason to. Here, let's turn up the screen shake a little bit, actually. Do you like the sticky detonator? I love the sticky detonator. Sticky detonator is a great weapon. Probably 343's most creative weapon, at least from Halo 4 and 5. Halo Infinite obviously has quite a few good ones. Okay, here we go. Yeah, see, we got screen shake back. See? Looks okay. I mean, the battle rifles animations don't look great. That one is fine. It's that one that I don't like. When he tosses it back to himself, like, I can see the keyframes with how stiffly the battle rifle kind of flips through the air. It's very, very weird. Like, the battle rifle in general, I think in Halo Infinite, has some not great looking animations. They don't flow very well. Do you think that they'll finally give us a new Halo announcement in June? Not the next mainline Halo game. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's just nothing. You know, I know that the Halo community, that, you know, we're pretty much fueled exclusively by copium at this point, but it's not going to happen. There's not going to be an announcement of something. And if there is, it's going to be something so tiny. What do you think about rebooting / forgetting the 343 games? Personally, I think it's an opportunity for Halo to do something unique and fix a lot of problems without overcomplicating the story. Unfortunately, I think ignoring the 343 games, that would complicate the story. I think the best thing going forward is do not take the games too seriously. Just let the Halo games be a fun adventure. You know? I think that's primarily what helped kind of the Bungie era, was the games were like, they were just these like fun campaigns that you play co-op, with a story that's not that deep, but very, very fun, you know? And then you've got the books if you want something that's a little bit deeper. The only thing I don't like about 5 and Infinite is the aiming. It feels completely different than the older games. Yet they changed something under the hood with Halo 5 in regards to the aiming, and the Halo engine has not felt the same since. Some of it are definitely fundamental tweaks to how aim assist works. That, in my opinion, I think makes it actually harder to aim than the older Halo games. Like, I think if you go back and play Halo 4 on the Master Chief Collection, it is far easier to aim and shoot other players than in Halo 5 and Halo Infinite.
One minute remaining.
Is he one of the 20 people still playing? I can actually check that for you. So, Halo Infinite. Steam charts. Here, let's look at the Steam charts. Okay, there are almost 5,000 people playing right now. Let's look at Xbox top played games. So, okay, we've got about 5,000 playing on PC. And now let's look for Halo Infinite. Okay, Halo Infinite is right below Sea of Thieves. Right below Sea of Thieves, above Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring Farming Simulator, and FC24 and the Show 24. How many players do you think the Show has? I'd wager maybe 7,000 at any given time, because I think people underestimate sports games, and they're... Halo Infinite probably has, like, a combined total of, I'd wager, over 10,000 players right now playing across all systems. So I'm not one of the 20 people, probably one of the over 10,000 people playing, I guess. Hope that answered the question, though. I wish they didn't drop the assassinations. 50,000 on Xbox. No. I cannot. I refuse to believe that number. That's a little bit goofy. More like Badallo 2. Does Bass Monkey? Here, let's, I saw some people were messaging me. Oh god, you guys have been messaging me. Oh god, you people have been, okay. I'll invite you guys, I promise, okay? Is Reb playing Halo also? No, Rebecca is currently with her mother right now. So she is right now away, but hopefully next time she will play. Grunt.api, dude, trust me. How does the Grunt API work? Here, let's actually look at Grunt API. Grunt exposes all of its methods and properties on the Grunt object that gets passed into module.exports function exported in your Grunt file. What? Oh, it's a Twitter account. Okay.
Total control. Capture all zones to score.
I'm looking to see what his I don't see anything on the Grunt API Twitter. About the player count, but 50,000 sounds frankly madness. Okay, late night gaming, who would win? Mike Tyson versus the Halo 2 Arbiter. Arbiter, because he's an alien. And he's much, much bigger than Mike Tyson. Like, don't get me wrong, Mike Tyson is like a giant guy, but like Arbiter would have to duck to fit through a human door. And I don't think Mike Tyson has to duck. Okay, I hope everything's okay. I think he looks at matches played and counts from there. How does he see matches played? Like, what's his method of being able to see exactly how many matches are played every hour or whatever, you know? That's actually pretty sad to see how low the player numbers are for Halo players now. When Halo 3 was the same age, I'm pretty sure it still had over 100,000 players online. I don't think it had 100,000 3 years after launch. I think it had probably like 50,000. If that. It's a great question, because also keep in mind that like population number in Halo 3, that's not entirely accurate. Like, that thing wasn't like you think of Bungie in the year of our Lord 2007, you know, using the Xbox 360 and, you know, in a cost-effective way was able to update players in-game, in real time, the exact number of players. Like, no. Obviously, there's some lag, there's some delay, there's room for error, bugs. Like, it is a sloppy approximation that looks nice on the main menu. But it was not, like, a 100% accurate metric to measure the player population by. Why the fuck do people still play the game and support the abhorrent studio known as 343? Well, I think people still play the game because they like it. And I don't think I don't think 343's abhorrent. You know? I think that the word abhorrent you reserve for like a company that is like actively doing harm to people's lives. And I don't think 343 is, like, dumping chemicals in water or something, you know? They just unfortunately have yet to release a banger Halo game that takes the gaming world by storm.
New zones are ready for capture.
Link to the tweet. Not sure if I'm allowed to post it. You can post it. Hot take, Halo Infinite, despite all its flaws, is a really fun and awesome game. We harp on it way too much as fans. It sure beats the hell out of COD slop these days. Yes, I agree. Halo Infinite to me is a far more fun video game than, like, probably any of the Call of Duty games from the last... I don't know, the last Call of Duty game I, like, loved properly was, like, 2019's Modern Warfare. Everything after has kind of felt like, I guess, buggy, janky, sloppy, not that fun. Well, fun for, like, a hot minute as, like, McDonald's-y type junk food. Nintendo is abhorrent. I wouldn't even say Activision or EA are abhorrent. Blizzard and all the sexual harassment in that company. Yeah. Okay, well, okay, if we're talking about, like, that kind of stuff, then yeah. We can have more of a discussion about company culture and stuff like that. But if you're calling, like, the company abhorrent because they released the Halo game you didn't like, they didn't do the Green Man justice. Do you think that we honestly, do you want to see a true sequel to Halo 3 gameplay-wise? Oh, do you think Halo Infinite is that? I do not think Halo Infinite is a sequel to Halo 3 gameplay-wise. I think Halo Infinite is a compromise between classic Halo and the Halo 5 style of gameplay. I think a sequel to Halo 3 would be another Halo game with the classic style gameplay. And what you would innovate is the sandbox and the simulational aspects of the game world. Because that's mostly the way that Halo had innovated prior. Was the gameplay mostly stayed the same. What actually was changed and innovated was the way that you interact with the sandbox and the world around you. You know, vehicles, now when you go up to them, if there's a player in them, you have the ability to board the vehicle and throw the driver out. You can dual wield 2 weapons at the same time if the weapon is small enough. And there are a couple of actually more classic style innovations that 343 has done that I actually do think are, like, those are in the spirit of classic Halo in terms of, like, if there was a Halo 4, so to speak, as in a gameplay sequel to Halo 3, these are things I'd want to see in it, which is fusion coils, being able to pick them up and throw them. As well as the ability to swap seats in a Warthog by pressing the jump button. Those are ways to interact with the sandbox that I would love to see in a gameplay follow-up to Halo 3. You working on a new project right now? I am. The evolution of Halo's Jackals. With new management and new games on the way, meaning new stories, do you think Joe Staten would return to work on Halo? I do not think so. I think Joe Staten is done with Halo. I think he's done with Halo and done with Microsoft because of what happened following him being fired from 343. Do you think dual wielding is overrated? I do think it's overrated. It didn't add a lot of value, I think, to the game. But what I do think dual wielding added was cool factor. And I think that there is some value to that. You know, the cool factor. How's the film school thing been going with you? Well, you know, unfortunately, because of what is going on with the mother-in-law, life has had to have been put on hold for right now. But my goal is ultimately to still get that editing gig. Yeah, Rebecca and I have a lot of ideas and things that we want to pursue. It's just unfortunately right now something more important is going on, I guess you could say. What's your opinion on the Rakshasa armor core? I think it's cool. I think it's cool. It's not my favorite armor core in the game. But it's cool looking. Do we know what happened between Joe and 343 Microsoft? I know a little bit about what happened, but you know, obviously I can't, like, everything I say has to be taken with a grain of salt. So basically, like, the way it's been explained to me was Joe Staten was there permanently, or at least he thought he was there permanently. He was under the impression that he would kind of maybe even get promoted. He had already had ideas for the next Halo game. It hadn't actually started development or anything, but he had ideas. He was excited about being able to work on Halo again, excited about, like, the power that he had. And he thought that he was being groomed to kind of, like, you know, take over, like, the studio somewhat. And Matt, you know what? I'm not going to say names. People at Xbox had other ideas. And that involved Pierre Heinz because of his EA background and his producer background, you know, and being, like, very good at managing live service titles. Like, I think he worked on FIFA live service. Basically, they didn't want a creative in charge. They wanted a businessman in charge. And so it was kind of like it took Joe Staten by surprise, like waking up and being told, like, hey, we want these people in this Zoom call at 11 o'clock, emergency meeting. That's never a good sign if you're a developer. And Joe Staten woke up to that message. And sure enough, they were told, like, thanks, can you guys pack up your things and go? We don't need you anymore. And that's why Joe Staten, when he, you know, returned to Microsoft Publishing, he quit, like, a week later or a month later, because he didn't want to go back to Microsoft. He kind of got screwed out of the job he thought he was going to get. And so he quit Microsoft altogether, and now he is working at Netflix, I think, on a game. Yeah, and that is unfortunately an Xbox and Microsoft thing. Yeah, Joe Staten was here for the long haul. They had him, and they let him go.
Your team is close to total control.
Why Netflix? Because I think Netflix is currently planning to expand to gaming. Like, Rebecca and I, we've been watching a lot of K-dramas during this trying time, and we booted up Netflix, and it was like, play Sonic Mania, and I was like, on Netflix? Like, the app? Yeah, so I guess Netflix is getting into gaming. Halo 3 Anniversary and Halo 2 Anniversary style. I'm not even sure if we'd need that. This is going to sound super bizarre. As time has gone on, I've become kind of like towards Halo 2 Anniversary, and now I don't like Halo 2 Anniversary. Like, don't get me wrong, like, some of the environments look really good. Especially Delta Halo. Where Delta Halo, I think in the original Halo 2, looks genuinely unfinished in certain parts, just because of, you know, like, unfortunately the lighting engine change. But when it comes to the cutscenes, I don't like the Halo 2 Anniversary cutscenes that much. The soundtrack, I don't like as much. I think the original one is just kind of perfect. And the sounds, I don't like the sound design of Halo 2 Anniversary that much. And some of the designs I actually don't quite like. I don't think Halo can ever be successful if it keeps advanced movement mechanics. As long as it plays like a lesser version of Apex, it will never regain its audience. I agree. I think the 343 strategy the last decade and a half of following the leader and trying to copy the hottest game on the market, you know, I don't think that has been a winning strategy for them. And I think what they've actually got to do for their next Halo title is they've got to take a risk on a creative idea.
You've got what it takes.
Because Halo 4, Halo 5, and even to an extent Halo Infinite, none of those were risks. They were very safe. They were very predictable. You know, Halo 4 was, let's try to copy the Call of Duty loadouts and kill streaks stuff. Halo 5 was, okay, let's just copy the gameplay. And then Halo Infinite was Far Cry? Far Cry, Ubisoft. And I think it would behoove them to look at Helldivers, this game with this really creative idea that came out of nowhere. Well, we got to invite this guy. Oh, whoops. No. Hang on. I accidentally started a party. Crap. Let's leave. Okay, how do we... Oh my god. Man, the Xbox UI is so awful. Okay, invite me or I'll kick a baby. Let's not do that. Invite to party, view profile. Invite to game, there we go. Let's also invite... See, he's way nicer. Invite to party. No, I did another invite to party. Crap. View profile. Invite to my game. There we go. But let me get out of this party really fast. Okay. What happens if the next Halo game is a classic Halo, but it still isn't popular? Well, I can tell you, if the next Halo game is a classic-style Halo game, it will not be popular. Like, I don't think that the solution is to just make a sequel to Halo 3 gameplay-wise, because that also won't do well. Because people just are not playing those kinds of games anymore. You know, people are playing Pal World, they're playing Apex Legends, Warzone, you know, like they want like these massive player counts, these massive worlds. They want like to be able to kind of live in their world for a while. They don't want to just be doing like first team to get 50 kills wins till the end of time, you know. Xbox 360 UI is still king. I agree. The 360 UI is peak. I do like the Halo 2 Anniversary soundtrack, but I mostly like the classic more. But a lot of the percussion style tracks I prefer in Anniversary. See, I generally dislike Anniversary across the board because I think a lot of Anniversary loses the emotional intent of the original tracks. Like, almost every single track in Anniversary has something about it that's like, no, it's not supposed to sound like that. Like, that's not the point that the original track was going for. And it's very frustrating. I think In Amber Clad is like a perfect example where it's just like the percussions are way too loud. The choir is too like screamy, like they're yelling almost. And they're not mixed well into the instruments. Like, they're not very dreamlike. It just sounds like someone told a choir to sing, and then they dropped it into the software timeline and didn't blend and mix everything together in a very dreamlike way. Yeah, just, if there is a subtle track in the original Halo 2, you can count on the Anniversary version being loud, and very overproduced. Can I join next match? All right. Certainly. Have you seen the new Dune movies? I have not yet. Believe me, Dune is on my list. Why is the original soundtrack so muffled in MCC? Why wouldn't they fix that? The MCC team was so comically understaffed and under-resourced that it's one of those things where they have to fix so many bugs in such a short amount of time, while also porting these games to other platforms and bits of hardware, while adding new content that was not natively in the MCC, or even natively in some of these Halo games to begin with. And so when things break, it's like a balancing act between fixing the new content and fixing the stuff that broke during the introduction of the new content. And so over time, the MCC has become buggier and buggier and glitchier, and the backlog of bugs have piled up, and the MCC team hadn't gotten any bigger. If anything, they actually got a little bit smaller as the live service for the MCC kept going on. And, you know, the soundtrack being broken for Halo 2, it's just one of those things where they thought they'd be able to get to it someday, and then the plug was pulled. Speaking of Halo 2 Anniversary, what do you think of Tom Salta's work on the Spartan games? Spartan Assault is probably, until Halo Infinite, Spartan Assault was my favorite Halo soundtrack to come out of 343. Spartan Assault is beautiful, pure Halo energy. It's got everything. What I love a lot about Spartan Assault's soundtrack is it's all, so I actually got a chance to talk to Tom Salta because I made a video talking about his soundtrack, and he actually saw it and he emailed me and was like, hey, can you get on Skype at like this time? Because I think he operates out of New York, and I was actually able to talk to him on Skype. And he said that he actually did 20, if I remember right, it was 20 minutes more music than he was contracted. Because he was just like, you're kidding me, right? Like, I can make an original Halo soundtrack? Like, yeah, I'll do it. And he gave them 20 more minutes than he was asked. And he didn't ask for more money for it. He just did it because he likes Halo music. And he studied a lot of the Bungie era Halo music, so he wanted, of course, the choir stuff, the monastic stuff, the holy religious-y undertones, But he also wanted a lot of the 80s, 70s style rock influences, a lot of Beatles. He wanted like electric, grungy guitars and stuff like that. A lot of like things to bop your head to, like earwormy, catchy tunes. He wanted a lot of pianos, like he was very enthusiastic about doing the Spartan Assault soundtrack. And the main theme of Spartan Assault is called Legacy. And it is, you know, Tom Salta's version of the Halo chant. And it is, he said that it's not supposed to be like the Halo theme, you know, like, it's called Legacy, because it's everything he loves about Halo's musical legacy. So it's got piano in it, it's got synths in it, it's got obviously a choir, a female choir, because he loved Halo 2's take on the monk chant. Yeah, it's just his love letter to Halo's musical identity throughout the years, and he called the track Legacy. And it's, yeah, Spartan Assault, beautiful soundtrack. Beautiful, beautiful. Spartan Strike is one that I'm not... I'll have to re-listen to its soundtrack. I remember years and years ago not liking it, because it was kind of like... It was the original tracks, but with like new instruments layered over them, and I thought that the new instruments kind of like changed the identities of those songs, but like my tastes have changed over the years, you know, how I view media. So I'll have to give it another listen. I just remember not being too keen on it originally. Gonna be real, I didn't know Skype was still out. Well, this was like 2017? I think it was 2017 when I talked to him. Spartan Strike is on Steam. Yeah, all of the Halo Spartan games are on Steam. I've got one of them downloaded on my Steam Deck. Thoughts on the multiplayer soundtracks for Infinite? Dude, the multiplayer soundtracks for Halo Infinite go really hard. Come on, shoot the guy. Yeah, guys, if you get in a Warthog with a guy who's still on the turret, like a bad guy, just stop driving. Go up to a teammate and stop driving. Be as still as possible. That way, your team can shoot the guy out. You know, get clean headshots. Man thought this said, ask me anything, not ask me about Halo. You can ask me anything. What would you want out of a Halo mobile game? Oh boy. Probably an approximation of classic Halo multiplayer. Because I think if anything, mobile would be where I think a classic style Halo game would probably work better than like an enhanced mobility Halo game, because the control layout would be a lot simpler. Thoughts on outlines? I've been playing with them off and it feels as though the game had become much more readable. Let's actually do that. Yeah, when I began playing with the wife, I actually turned back on my outlines. Just because I've decided to take the head that was shoved up my ass and remove it from my ass, and just appreciate Halo rather than find reasons to be angry about Halo. I prefer red versus blue. You know, for ways to tell who's on your team and who's on the enemy team. I don't like the outlines, but I'm not, like, upset about them. And in the case of, you know, like, my wife, it actually does help a little bit. You know, because she's able to kind of, like, prioritize. Like, I've got how many years of, like, first-person shooter muscle memory buildup. But then things like the outlines actually help, you know, new players kind of, like, understand, like, okay, don't be distracted by the pretty graphics. What? Xbox, record that. That was some networky stuff going on. I really like the accessibility options for Halo Infinite. Yeah, hey. So my wife gets, she gets very motion sick, extremely motion sick. But Halo Infinite doesn't make her motion sick. Like, there's just, Halo Infinite, they did a really good job with making the game feel good to play. For people who are not very familiar with first-person shooters and who are prone to motion sickness. They did a very good job with, I guess, like, just the stability of the camera in the game. And even just, you know, the horizontal and vertical fields of view are just, like, tuned correctly, that she doesn't get that, like, kind of, like, stomach ache-inducing, warping fisheye lens look that also makes her motion sick in other first-person shooters. You know, Halo Infinite's got a lot of problems. The accessibility features, I don't think are one of them. In fact, I think they could actually go to add a few more accessibility features to the game. Yeah, the post-rock is also a good metaphor. It sounds echoey, as though they know this is a veteran franchise standing among a lot of younger ones. Yeah, it was a very good choice
Not going out on a loss, Spartan.
to do post-rock. Very good choice. As someone who got into Halo when it came to PC, as much as I love the Bungie games, I would probably get sick if I tried them when they came out due to the FOV they launched in. Well, keep in mind, Chili Emerald, that those classic Halo games, they were console games. So you'd play them on the TV, and you'd presumably be sitting quite far away from the TV, so the field of view wouldn't be as nauseating, as well as the fact that they have that lowered crosshair, so already your field of view is kind of expanded a little bit, and you've got more of the sky above you, so you have less of that, like, you know, like the ground rushing at you, which makes you feel kind of like sick and, you know, tight-chested. Like, I played a lot of Halo 3 when I was younger, and I play Halo 3 still, the original 360 version, occasionally, and I don't get motion sick playing it. It also helps that I think Bungie designed their levels, their walkways, their encounters, and everything around the, like, so you're usually approaching the Covenant from a distance, so they're already there, all confined to your field of view. You never have to whip the camera around, like, where is everybody? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're always just look forward. That's where the enemy is going to be located. And so it's just a matter of, like, tilting the camera around so that you can hit all of the guys, you know? Like, Halo Infinite is very different in that it's the first Halo game where I'm being attacked from all directions. Because at any point, because of the open world design, you can go into, like, the Banished stronghold, and 360 degrees around you, you've got enemies shooting at you. That's not usually the case for Halo. Halo used to just be the enemies will always be in front of you, you know? because of the way that the levels are laid out. And that's where I think actually a low field of view would have actually hurt the game a little bit more. Like playing Halo Infinite at 78 field of view, the campaign at least, sometimes it can, you know, feel a little bit like I'm starting to get a headache, you know? How do you feel about the Xbox seemingly going third party? I personally see the industry going that way except for Nintendo. Oh yeah, Nintendo, they've got this shit locked down, man. Nintendo's not going anywhere, you know? Their budgets are small, their hardware is cheap, they focus on art over graphical stuff. Yeah, Nintendo will be fine. Sony is like trapped by their insane out-of-control budgets. But yeah, Nintendo will be completely fine. And Sony, though, I don't think they'll ever go third-party. They'll just keep releasing their games on PC. Playing in lowered crosshair feels weird now. I still like lowered crosshair. I prefer it. I wish Halo Infinite had a lowered crosshair option, because that's my preferred way to play Halo. What do you think about how Destiny's art style has changed specifically for armor designs? Personally, I like the way it was done in Destiny 1 more, but I like the variety 2 offers. I prefer the look of Destiny 1 as well. I prefer that it's not NASA punk, but it is like space age military, I guess is the best way to describe it. Like the hunter cloak is like a space blanket, you know? Or feels kind of like a tarp from a lunar lander that's been turned into a cloak. Like that kind of stuff I prefer over kind of like the I guess more messy stuff. Like Destiny 2 I think Destiny 2 started off fine, and it was around Shadowkeep when I thought Destiny actually started to kind of look a little bit ugly.
Enemy captured.
And I think Lightfall was the ugliest Destiny has ever looked. Like Lightfall is a very ugly looking DLC, and it makes Destiny look like a very just artistically incoherent franchise. Like Neomuna, the Cloud Striders, they're just like, they make my eyes hurt. It's just like over-designed trash. I guess it might, not to be rude, but I know that that's like very mean to say, but those are my unfiltered thoughts. By any chance do you play Zelda? If so, what's your favorite Zelda game? For me, it's probably either Twilight Princess or Majora's Mask. So, if the wife is still here, my wife loves The Legend of Zelda, and I didn't much care for it until I married her. And now, thanks to her, I can say that The Legend of Zelda franchise, them's some pretty good games. Tears of the Kingdom is a brilliant game. Breath of the Wild, amazing game. Ocarina of Time, I think, is probably like the more iconic and quintessentially Legend of Zelda game. Twilight Princess is one that I want to get for the GameCube. Or perhaps get the HD version for a Wii U if I get a Wii U at some point so that I can play through it. It's smacks. Just because I do not have a good CRT TV setup to do like the original release of Twilight Princess good, and then it looks like awful, you know, on our HDR 4K TV. Yeah, but Legend of Zelda is pretty great. I think honestly, like my favorite art style, story, presentation, like everything factored together, I think it's got to be Skyward Sword. Like that's the Legend of Zelda game that, like, out of all of them, besides, you know, like Twilight or Majora. No, okay. I'm saying 1,000 things at once. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild cheat because they're great games in the same way that, like, every couple of months I'm like, I should play a Bethesda RPG. Skyward Sword is the one that keeps popping into my head every now and then, where it's like, I should play Skyward Sword. So maybe it's Skyward Sword. That might be my favorite. It's easily my favorite soundtrack. I can put it that way, at least. Story is possibly my favorite, but as far as soundtrack goes, easily, like without skipping a beat, the Skyward Sword soundtrack is fucking tear-jerking, man. Dang, everybody's playing Halo today. Hey, LNG, hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, we need to get our copy back. Yeah, it was stolen by Billy. And by stolen, I mean I willingly gave it to her and told her you can return it whenever. And now I'm gonna have to alter the deal and say, actually, I'd like it back. Love your content. Wanted to ask you, says Steven. What is your first striking memory of Halo? For me, it was after escaping the Autumn and landing on Halo. Such a legendary level. That's definitely it. Coming out of the escape pod and just, like, seeing the landscape curve up into the sky and just, like, you know, like, looking and you're like, holy crap, I'm on a giant circle. Another striking memory that I have, like, you know, those, like, flashes from when I was younger, is playing Halo 2 split-screen multiplayer at a buddy's house. I can't actually remember if it was Halo 1 or Halo 2. It was definitely a version of Blood Gulch. And getting into the Ghost and it going into third person, just like that, you know? Like, it's a first-person shooter, I can see my gun, the gun has the numbers on it, and then I approach the vehicle and takes me you know, because I had a GameCube at home, I didn't have an Xbox, so I'm like looking at the controller to try to find the button that it told me to press, and then I press it, and then the camera like zooms up into the sky, you know, and now I'm in third person, and I can, like, that's my guy, I'm the red guy, I'm in the alien ship thing. And I thought it was really cool that the Ghost hovered off the ground because it's alien, so it didn't need wheels. It could fly. Another vivid one is the Combat Evolved main menu, where it's like just the word Halo and just the Halo ring in outer space and the camera just floating around it and just like the monastic chanting. And I was raised Christian, so was very much around a lot of chanting, and it just being like, this game is important, more important than other games. I love the N64 Zeldas for the atmosphere and lighting. The music sets such a good tone, too. Yeah, I agree. The wife swears she would die on the 3DS versions of the N64 games. I think that it's an argument that I will never win with her. That I like the atmosphere and art direction of the N64 games better, because I think the worse graphics and the worse draw distance, playing it on a CRT TV adds more of a gloomy atmosphere, because not everything is so crispy. Like, your mind has to contribute some imagination to fleshing out the world around you, where the 3DS version, the world is fleshed out for you. But that is an argument I will never win, so I will not have it with her, because my wife is correct, ultimately, you know? Do you think Halo being tied to Microsoft is holding it back? Yeah. I think a lot of things being tied to Microsoft hold things back. But it's also sad because I think that Microsoft is also why some of these things still live to this day. So it's this paradox where it's like, if it wasn't for Microsoft, this property would not be a thing anymore. But because of Microsoft, this property can't be as cool as it used to be. Yum! Okay. All I'm missing is Rebecca here. Would you want any returning weapons for the next campaign, like the Brute Shot or Missile Pod? Or do you want something similar to Fallout's Ripper for a UNSC melee weapon or a Gauss rifle? I'd like a lot of classic weapons to come back. I'd like the shell-loading shotgun. I'd like a plasma rifle back. I'd like an SMG back.
The enemy has your flag.
I'd like to have a fuel rod gun back. Not necessarily because I think Halo multiplayer needs a fuel rod gun, but more so because I think fuel rod grunts are a lot of fun. Like, there is just, like, fun of, you know, the grunt fires off the volley of very slow-moving green projectiles, and if they touch you, you'll go boom. Wait, isn't there supposed to be music before every match? Yes, there is. I have music muted right now. I'm not sure why, actually. I must have been doing something. Alright, Brandon Stubble. We'll put you in timeout, buddy, because I think you know. I don't think I need to tell you why. I think you know. Let me put it this way. If you said that out loud in a public place, would people give you weird looks? Probably. Beam rifle and carbine is better than the stalker rifle. I like the carbine quite a lot, but I also don't mind the stalker rifle. I think the stalker rifle is actually kind of cool. At least design-wise. What's your favorite Covenant ship pattern? Oh gosh. I don't know the lore names for the Covenant ships. I don't even know the lore names for the UNSC ones. So I'll put it this way. I really, really like the design of the Halo 3 Covenant cruisers.
Big shot.
Angry guy, says Rebecca. Very angry guy. That noise made me think you took like 30 psychic damage reading that comment. Oh, me just like reading the comment and then just like... I miss the purple aesthetic of fighting the Covenant. Just seems more alien than the Banished red and gray. Well, yeah, Rebecca and I were talking about that after watching the Halo 2 cutscenes, and something I do actually quite miss, that unfortunately just by the nature of the Banished you can't have it, is the alien look. Because like the UNSC is all gunmetal gray, you know, and green and like military colors, earthy tones. And it was nice that like the Covenant were these like beautiful like purples and like cyan glowing energy lines on things and stuff. Like it's, you know, very much like human military versus aliens from outer space. And the Banished, they unfortunately also have that kind of gunmetal look to them. Important question. Do you yodel? Not after 4 p.m. No, I don't yodel. Yeah, I want them to bring back the more elegant side of the Covenant. Well, the problem is the Banished are not the Covenant. What I do wish that they did is they leaned more heavily into that Halo Wars 2 look for the Banished. Because I think they were a little bit safe with the Halo Infinite Banished. They were probably scared, you know, after the Reclaimer saga, having people yelling at them about too much detail. And so they were probably very scared about, like, over-designing things. And Halo Infinite, I think, was a good, like, foundation. What I would like to see is a little bit more personality injected into it. Blood of Suban is the best carbine. Blood of Suban was pretty cool.
Perfect.
I miss Halo 5's Hydra compared to the Infinite. I don't. I like the Infinite one. I think it looks better. I think it is better designed in the Sandbox. Like, I think it's a better gun that takes a little bit more skill to use. I think the Halo 5 one looks and feels like a weapon ripped out of the Killzone franchise. Or perhaps a Nerf gun of some kind. Yoomtown! I do miss the OG shotgun, to be honest, but I'd adore if they made the Pelican a drivable vehicle. Yeah, the last time we were able to, like, drive a Pelican was Halo 4. In 2012. I like the Halo 5 Hydra. Late night. Yeah, I hate the Halo 5 Hydra. Yep, that's me. Well, I remember picking it up in the Halo 5 beta back in 2014, and at the time being, like, kind of repulsed by it, because it just did not look like a gun from Halo. It just did not look like a... It didn't look like a Halo gun. I was like, what is this? Hydra needs to shoot quicker. I think if the Hydra shot quicker, you'd run the risk of it just being, like, overpowered. I think the Hydra actually is pretty damn strong in this game. The problem is a lot of people don't quite know when and how to use it.
Overkill.
Destroying that so that nobody can use it. See, like, from this range, this is where you do the tracking stuff. Damn it. Okay, he got away. That's alright. I shot too late. But then if a vehicle's coming, switch over to the non-tracking because it will do more damage when it's non-tracking. So close up, you want to use non-tracking. And mostly you can use it to, like, bait people over to you. With vehicles, like the Scorpion right there, I'd recommend not using the tracking mode. Because the Scorpion moves slow enough that you want to pump as many shots into that thing as possible. That way, hopefully, a teammate can take it down. But if you're at an extreme range like this, just go ahead and use the tracking module. So. Who's over here? Oh boy. We're gonna back up. Yep. The Mangler is a close-up weapon when you can rely on melee and missing a few shots. The Mangler is a close-up weapon. It is.
Enemy returned their flag.
What's a niche part of the Covenant you would like Halo to go into, either through expanded media or games, like Elite Theater Play or Jackal Trading? I would frickin' love more grunt stuff. Like, more grunt stuff. You know what I'd frickin' love to see? I'd love to see 343 reach out to Japanese, like, mangakas and commission a wordless manga about a couple of grunts in high charity and just the hijinks that they get up to. It just wordless comedy. And it's just a manga that is a series of short stories about grunts on high charity. And it can have a chibi art style, it can be cute and stuff. That's what I'd like. And you could have the grunts progressing through the Halo series. Like, they start out in the Covenant, and then you could have them there when, like, the Gravemind invades High Charity, and, like, everything's going to hell, and, like, the grunts are, like, hiding in a closet from the Flood zombies. And then you could have them, like, survive all the way to where they join the Banished, you know, and they're getting, like, their new little, like, suits of armor, like, the brutes are putting their new packs on them and stuff.
Enemy captured the flag.
Ironically, if the next COD game uses AI dialogue, I might be happy. No more, I'm a fucking onion mason. I'm a goddamn onion was a joke. And it was unfortunately a joke that a lot of people are not intelligent enough to understand. Not that I'm a goddamn onion is like, you have to, like, what's the copy pasta? Like, you have to be very sophisticated to understand the levels of humor. But the joke is like, it's like, you know, I didn't know that you were that deep. It's like, I got layers to me. You know, I'm an onion. Like, the joke is that Woods is not as stupid as he seems. He has layers to him. Like, it is a joke that actually does exist in the real world. It's just a very old joke by this point. Something that would have worked in the 80s, which was, I think, the point, but unfortunately, you know, the internet hive mind is just like, I lack the internet! I lack the ability to research the history of this weird bit of dialogue to see if maybe it was real.
Double kill.
I'm now going to comment on Twitter.
Enemy returned their flag.
Perfect. The Hydra also really slaps on keyboard and mouse. It's like borderline a shotgun. If you have this thing like up close and personal on keyboard and mouse, you're set. Like, nobody's gonna kill you. Because all you have to do is, like, shoot at their feet. I think it's 2 shots and then a melee and they're dead. What is your most controversial opinion about Halo? I don't know if I have too many controversial opinions. I know for a select group on the online Twitter sphere, they get pretty mad when I say that Halo plays better when the assault rifle doesn't have a lot of range. I don't know, maybe that's... I think Halo needs to go back to the assault rifle being a very close range weapon. And leave the battle rifle for close, mid, and long range. Trying to think of my most controversial opinion about Halo, though. Like, something that is, like, genuinely wild. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't have, like, crazy Halo hot takes. Even the assault rifle one is like, yeah, there's some people in the Halo community that do agree with me.
sudden death. The enemy has your flag.
I keep forgetting that the AR, not counting 5 and Infinite, has more range than I think it does. Oh yeah, in the classic games? Oh, it definitely does. Let's try using this.
We're now in overtime. Make it count, Spartan.
I think the Mangler was intended to be a successor to the CE Magnum. Big damage, but hard to use, cause gravity. I think that was actually the intention, if I remember asking Quinn about it. Because it specifically is a 3-shot kill if you aim for the head, which is the Combat Evolved Magnum. And I think he did say that that was the point. He wanted something that took a little bit of skill to use to land your shots. But if you knew how to use it, you would reliably get crazy kills. I have an online friend who said that Halo 3's equipment is just as disruptive as Halo Reach and 4's abilities. What do you think of this? No? Well, I guess it depends on what he means by disruptive. Because if we're talking about just purely being disruptive, I mean, yeah, that's the point of them. You know? They change the status quo of a gunfight. They disrupt it to an extent. Whether the disruption is negative or positive is a completely different story. And in the case of the armor abilities, they add disruption in a very selfish way. Because when you armor lock, it's only you who armor locks. When you sprint, it's only you who sprints. When you jetpack, it's only you, etc., etc., etc. They are selfish abilities that only benefit you, the user. Whereas Halo 3's, no, Halo 3's, all of them are neutral. Yeah, they're all neutral. You deploy them and anybody can take advantage of them. Like, the bubble shield can be your benefit, or the enemy can make a crazy aggressive play, kill you, knock you out of it, and now it's their bubble shield, even though you deployed it. So the real question is not which one's more disruptive, because it's like, well, you don't want it to be useless. I guess the question is, what do you think is more fun or provides more interesting gameplay? Selfish abilities, when deployed, they only assist the user and nobody else. Or do you like the more neutral stuff, where it can affect the user and teammates, or be taken over by the enemy and used by the enemy, which promotes more interesting engagements? Active camo? Well, active camo, that's not a piece of equipment in Halo 3. That's a power-up. Kind of like the overshield. You run over it, and it activates immediately. Unless you're talking about the campaign variant, where it was a thing you could just keep in your pocket. They could have gotten annoyed more from the power drain, maybe. Yeah, probably. But wasn't the power drain patched out of a lot of Halo 3's maps? Like, the power drain, I think, is an example of a piece of equipment that I don't think it's very good. The flare is, like, bad. That was, like, a dumb, bad idea for dumb, bad people. And it's very good that the flare was kind of quickly removed. I don't understand the flack that Reach got for having Bloom. Yeah, Reach's Bloom, like, Reach is balanced around the Bloom mechanic, so the weapons work with the Bloom mechanic, you know? I don't think Bloom is a problem in Reach. But I do think that there is justification for wishing that Bungie went with a different way of balancing their weapons. I think, so like Bloom, the idea behind Bloom is like, okay, the game has hit scan. I mean, not technically, but like, listen, just so that we're not here debating, or every time we talk about the game has a projectile system and the projectiles move very fast. Like, we'll just say it's hit scan because it is functionally hit scan. What is going on? What I think would have provided more interesting balancing is projectiles. So Halo 3 has a projectile system. I mean, all the Halo games do, but Halo 3 is the most prominent one because they move the slowest. And a lot of people mistook Halo 3's poor hit detection as projectiles are bad and inconsistent. I do not think the projectile system should have been swapped back over to a hit scan-like model. I think they should have just kept the slow projectiles and improved the hit detection. Gonna reinstall MCC and play through all the games again. Woot woot. This is Cam Rannon. Gonna be a fun few days. Have fun. Have a lot of fun, Cam Rannon. God, Halo rocks. Halo always had a Bloom, even Halo CE. That's true. But I also think it is fair to say that Halo Reach's Bloom is a lot more prominent. Need more utility items, weapons, vehicles. Yeah, I would love more more items that are designed around like functionalities and stuff. I really like the Razorback Hog. I don't get why they didn't make it the Troop Transport Hog. You know, like why it had to kind of like be a completely new vehicle. But ooh, should have been paying attention. That was another gunfight I should have lost.
Slice and dice.
Yeah, Halo should have stuck to the projectile weapons instead of hit scan. Yeah, because I think what's nice about a projectile system is if you're in like here, for example, you're close enough that like the projectile system isn't going to matter. But then when you're at a distance, the weapons sort of self-balance. You know, because not everybody knows how to lead their shots. Not everybody is good at leading their shots. So you'll be able to move around maps a lot easier because people will be constantly missing you with their battle rifles versus constantly hitting you. You know, like Halo 2, Halo Reach, 4, 5, and Infinite. I miss the plasma repeater. Why did it go away? Why was it replaced with the storm rifle? They're the same thing. Wait, imagine it was... Okay, so... I'll have to ask my designer friend who worked at 343 about this to get like the definitive yes, this is the reason why. But I suspect the reason that the storm rifle replaced, you know, kind of like all of the Covenant. Sorry, I'm distracted by the reflections. This looks pretty good. Like for a Forge map, you know? Hang on. Yeah, that looks all right. Right? Okay. Anyway, I suspect the reason that they replaced the plasma rifle, and I guess the repeater. So the problem with the repeater is ultimately like, why does the repeater exist? The difference is you could consolidate the plasma rifle and the repeater into one weapon if you wanted to. You could either get rid of the plasma rifle and make the repeater the new Covenant weapon, or you could just give the plasma rifle the damage and range of the repeater. But what I think 343 was going for with the Storm Rifle is it was a broader... It's around the time when, like, you know, back in the 90s, early 2000s, like, game design wasn't like a set-in-stone science, you know? Like, you weren't taught this is how you must do things. And now, as we move, as we moved into the 2010s and now the 2020s, there are certain things now, like, that are kind of almost like a thing that you're taught in design school. Like, you know, the yellow paint for climbable ledges that's in every single video game? There's a reason it's in every single video game. It's because it's taught. And it's because it's just like a thing now all developers have learned to do because players respond to that. And I think the plasma rifle, the classic plasma rifle, does not look like an assault rifle, like a long-range automatic weapon. And so 343 was probably scared that, well, not scared, like, oh my god, oh, they're spineless, they have no spine. Like, more like they were worried that people who played Halo would see the classic silhouette of the plasma rifle and be like, I don't know, what is that? It's an alien blaster. Versus the Storm Rifle, where you could pick that up and you'd instinctually know kind of what that weapon must be. It's probably an automatic rifle of some kind. It's the same reason that, like, all those Promethean weapons just look like orange versions of, like this ancient, super advanced alien civilization made a gun that looks so damn similar to just a modern-day Earth shotgun. It's like, it's so that you know it's a shotgun when you pick it up. Like, you don't have to, like, do a test fire to wonder what it does. You know, it looks like a shotgun, it's gonna act like a shotgun. It's just those, like, design language things. And I think that's what 343 was going for when they designed the Storm Rifle. They wanted to give the Covenant a ranged rifle that new gamers would be able to instinctually understand what it does when you pick it up. But it's a gun for aliens. It is a gun for aliens, but most people buy Halo for the multiplayer, not the campaign. And when they were doing, you know, their whole create a class system for the multiplayer, like when you unlock, you know, your weapon and you're creating your class and your loadout around it, like, you want the Storm Rifle to look like it belongs to the Assault Rifle and the Suppressor, you know? You don't want somebody to think maybe it's like a battle rifle type weapon. Like, you want the little kids, little Tommy Two Fingers or whatever our little guy's name is going to be. You don't want him, you want him to be able to just make a class without thinking. Yeah. The test fire that comes with the design makes it interesting. I agree. This isn't me defending it, by the way. I agree completely. I do think this kind of, like, homogenized weapon profiles are very boring. Like, even if you look at, like, Halo 4 during its development process, the Promethean weapons looked way cooler during the early development of Halo 4. They looked a lot more alien, a lot more Forerunner, and sadly, as time went on, as, you know, they play tested the multiplayer and people were like, I don't know what it is, it looks like an alien thing, I'm just gonna go pick up the shotgun. They kind of, like, dumbed down the designs, made them look less cool, less interesting, until, you know, the light rifle. The light rifle, the scatter shot, the incineration cannon, like, all of those weapons just kind of ended up looking like, let me guess, that's a bazooka. It's like, yep, it's a bazooka. Tommy Two Fingers sounds like a Fallout character. Maybe that's the next Fallout character I'm gonna make. I miss Halo 4's Promethean weapons. The alternate fire mode was so good. Sucks that it was totally changed between 4 and 5. I think only 2 Promethean weapons had them. I think in Halo 4. It was the light rifle and the bolt shot pistol. The bolt shot pistol was pretty good. The light rifle, I think, was like take it or leave it. It didn't make much of a difference. Like it made some difference, just not much of a difference, I guess. But yeah, I do agree. I generally preferred Halo 4's Promethean weapons more, I guess, than the Halo 5 versions. Also, why are they so against playable elites? I think it has something to do with cost, like development cost, because if you go look at like Halo 2's elite animations, they're not great, you know, by like modern standards. Like, and like a thumb is clipping through the battle rifle and stuff. Like, nowadays, like, you have to be so focused on the details and the small bits that, like, it's a lot more expensive and time-consuming to create a set of animations. Nevertheless, like, a whole character rig, and have it set up to support every single weapon in the game. You have to essentially provide 2 animations for every animation in the game for a player, in third person and in first person. And, you know, a single, like, a Spartan has, like, hundreds of animations, so you double that work if you did a playable elite, and I think that it, you know, it's a bit of a costly investment, but also some of it I do think is, like, Microsoft branding, where it's, like, get rid of the stupid dinosaurs, like, market research shows that people think Halo is the green guy, so people should play as the green guy. You know, we did a survey, and most casual people who have never touched a Halo game would be less likely to play Halo if they could play as a dinosaur in it. Infinite Sniper is the worst in the series. I wouldn't say it's the worst in the series. I don't think there's ever been, like, a bad sniper rifle. They've all been great. Some I just think have been excellent. I think that the Halo Combat Evolved Sniper and the Halo 3 Sniper are in the excellent category, where everything else has been mostly just great. Very, very powerful. Very great. Oh no. Ah, I've hijacked a piece of debris. It's upside down and I'm hiding inside it. I'm just gonna hide from the bat. No, damn it! Why did it respawn me? What the hell? It has its limits, but not everything needs to have its own animation. Dude, you're telling that to, like... You say that, but people lost their friggin' minds because the bananas on the Mombasa map in this game, the bananas didn't have their own individualized physics attached to them. Everything does need an animation, or it'll show up on Twitter, and the gamers who are arguing in bad faith will make a stink about it. Damn, you're still going? Longest I've seen you stream. Yeah. Doing it for the wife. I feel like the guns now, the Spartan knows how to hold them, even though they're unique. Older games, when you hold the Sentinel beam, you hold it as if you don't know how to use it. Well, also in this game, the Sentinel beam was redesigned to look a little bit more like compact and almost SMG-like, I say. It does not... It looks like a classic style Sentinel beam, but it is not actually the classic Sentinel beam design. It actually, it's a classicified Halo 5 Sentinel beam. In the classic Halo games, the Sentinel beams had these like prongs that face outward, so you'd hold it almost like this. In fact, I think it was closer to like this. And then in Halo 5, in order to make it like more practical, you know, as a weapon, you know, design it a little bit, I guess, like more like gun-like. They took those prongs and they made them into handles that are facing backwards. That way you can hold it like this. So yeah. Is there a worse looking gun in Halo than the Halo 5 SMG? Yes, the Halo 5 Hydra. Or the Halo 5 DMR. Or the Halo 5 shotgun. Or the Halo 5 plasma scope. Or the Halo 5 beam rifle. I need a weapon, says Rebecca, her take on Master Chief's famous line where he told Johnson to go find the one Spartan who could help him. I need a weapon. He turned to Johnson and he's like, "What do you need, Chief?" And he said, "I need a weapon. Go find her." God, guys, Rebecca, like, she only knew about Johnson because the community loved Johnson, but seeing her, like, reacting to the things Johnson said was so wholesome. Like, she scream laughed at Johnson's "I know what the ladies like" line, which is so good.
Flight return.
A long time ago, I saw the Halo 5 DMR without knowing what it was, and I immediately knew something was wrong with it. Literally doesn't look like it. No, like the Halo 5 DMR looks like a gun. It's just almost every identifiable trait that makes the DMR unique, they removed for some reason. They got rid of the ammo counter, and then they got rid of that horn that's on the front. Like, the Halo 4 DMR is like, mwah! I could kiss the Halo 4 DMR design. It looks so good. And then it's weird that they just butchered it in Halo 5. What are some of your favorite humor comedic moments in the Halo cutscenes? God, Johnson floating down to that lower level using Guilty Spark is pretty good. Him arguing with Guilty Spark is always great. Arbiter attacking Johnson, and then Johnson for a moment saying, "How you doing?" And then Arbiter screaming angrily in his face. That's pretty good. Cortana smiling at Chief or Johnson and saying, "You look nice." And then Johnson and Chief both going, "Thank you," at the same time, and then looking at each other. Trying to think of some other good ones.
Remaining.
How you doing? Or when Johnson meets you in the armory to get Chief to bring him to like his award ceremony, and then he's like, "So Johnson, when are you gonna tell me how you got back home in one piece?" And then because like Johnson was on the Halo ring in Halo 1, and we saw it explode. How'd he get off it? How is he in Halo 2? And the game just doesn't tell you. And he's like, "Sorry, Guns, that's classified." He's like, "Huh, my ass! Well, you can forget about those adjustments to your A2 scope, and don't even think about." And like as the elevator's going up, like his bitching is getting quieter and quieter as he fades away, and Johnson's just like, well, he's in a particularly fine mood. That's pretty good. Oh, God. Yeah, God, freaking love Halo humor.
Enemy flag returned.
Yeah, so Rebecca and I are going to play through the Halo campaigns on the MCC at some point. The question is, guys, should we do one of the the campaign mods like Halo 2 Uncut that restores a lot of the cut missing content that Bungie was unable to finish for Halo 2, or should we play it vanilla? I think gamers nowadays would be furious about the non-explanation of Johnson's survival in Halo 1. Yeah, modern gamers would be, like, angry, and they'd write, like, they'd make, like, you know, Mauler 4-hour video essays about how Halo 2 is the next Last Jedi or whatever. And that Johnson or Arbiter's a Mary Sue or something. Though, to be fair, I think Bungie-era Halo had set itself up tonally that just gaps in logic like that work. You know, because the games didn't take themselves too seriously, so why should the audience? You Mary Lou! Oh yeah, dear humanity, we regret being alien bastards. We regret coming to Earth, and we most definitely regret the Corps just blew up our raggedy-ass fleet. And the two Marines are like, hoorah! God, Halo 2 was so well written, man. I can't believe that, like, Microsoft had Joe Staten writing Halo again, and they fucking fired him. I freaking love, like, any of the food nipple jokes from the grunts, because Joe Staten fucking loved the food nipple joke. So, what about us? My belly aches, and his flesh is seared just the way I like it. And then Tartarus going, quiet! You two whimper like grunts fresh off the teat. Like, it's just like a fucking giant gorilla saying teat. Was Johnson a fan favorite before he was the main cast of Halo 2? So during Halo 1, did his fan favoriteness bring him back for the main cast when he was just a Marine sergeant? So he was just a sniper sergeant. He was like the Marine archetype in Halo 1. Johnson was just the sniper sergeant Marine. And for Halo 2, when they wanted to make it more cinematic, Joe Staten, if I remember right, it was Joe Staten who really wanted Johnson to be, like, plucked out of, like, the gameplay space. I mean, not plucked out of it, you know, he's still an AI, but they wanted him to become, like, a main cast member. Oh, yeah, greetings! There's that great elite line if you go up to a friendly elite. Every now and then, you might get it. Like, it'll just go, greetings! Gonna hop off. Thanks for the crazy games. Dropped 100 bomb on our second one, says I'm Tyler James. I'm glad you got that 100 kill streak. What actually is my, my profile? Okay, I'm a Brigadier General for Platinum. So does that mean I'm gonna rank up then to the next rank? Oh yeah, the elite in Halo 2, if you stare at them for too long as Arbiter, sometimes the elites will go, "Well, Arbiter, I think you're cute as well." I just appeared to greetings. Yeah, you know, Halo Infinite also has some pretty good character dialogue during the gameplay. There's this one encounter that I overheard in the open world that I'm gonna remember it forever. I wish I recorded it actually. A jackal is like meat, tear meat. I'm going to eat meat, flesh, tear the flesh. And then an elite just yells from across the camp, "That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard." Like, just the jackal babbling incoherently about, like, flesh and meat like a crazy person. And the elite's just like, "That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard." Nothing else has done that darkly comic tone as well since. Yeah, it's just that style of humor that the 2000s had. Because Half-Life had it as well. Just that balance between seriousness and humor. I wonder what happened to that style of humor, where it went. The highest difficulty for the campaign you've completed is normal? That's wild. No. The highest profile for the campaign that I've completed on the Xbox profile is normal. But Steam wipes your saves. Steam saves things a little bit weirdly. I did when I had my review copy for Halo Infinite, which was on a different Xbox account. That is one I've still actually got the playthrough. I was able to not speed run it, but play through the whole campaign quickly on Legendary while recording it for gameplay purposes. But I am in the process of chugging my way through the Legendary campaign on the Xbox so that it can be saved to my profile. Oh yeah, I have one word for you. That's also a pretty good line in Halo if you stare at them for too long. Oh yeah, Jackals talk in Infinite. Haven't played the campaign yet. Yeah, Jackals, they speak English in Halo Infinite. In the Bungie games, they barked like dogs. They did that. And when they'd see you. Or, oh shit! When you throw a grenade at them. Come on, there we go, got it. Right, let's get ready for the next guy. I think he's coming for me. Come on.
Enemy there. The enemy has your flag.
There we go. You see, anybody who says the Halo Infinite Hydra isn't good, it's a fine weapon. It just doesn't give you free kills anymore.
We're moving the objective.
That Jackal grenade voice line was on spot. Holy shit. Well, the reason it was so good is because I've been listening to that audio file. I've got game rips for the Jackal quotes. And I've got quite a few funny bits in my evolution of the Jackals. I had a lot of fun putting their voice lines together. It's interesting, the Jackals, they don't speak as much in Halo 2 as they did in Halo 1.
An ally returned our flag.
Damn it. Do you think, regardless of the quality of 343's games at launch, Halo was doomed to fall in popularity, especially considering even games like 2042 could make a strong comeback? Yeah, I mean, maybe not fall off quite as hard, but I do think Halo was on the decline. You know, every franchise has its time in the sun. Unless you're a Nintendo property, in which case you are permanently, forever relevant. Do you think any of those leaked Halo Infinite weapons from like a year ago will actually be put in the game? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think all of them are just, they've been abandoned. At one point they were going to be in the game. But, you know, as far as the weapons go, I don't think 343 has any lead animators at the studio. They fired them. Yeah, so there's nobody to like actually animate and polish up the animations for the weapons. They don't have a lead Sandbox guy anymore. But I think Halo is finding a niche as a modern take on classic arena shooters. I don't think Halo is an arena shooter, though. Halo has never been an arena shooter. Even a modern take on an arena shooter. It's just, Halo's too different. It's too divorced from the arena shooter format. Like, arena shooters are like high-speed gameplay, weapon wheels, no reloading, ammo packs, health packs, you know, kind of just that high-octane flying around a map. Halo is more of just, well, it's like a sandbox shooter, I guess is the best way to describe it, where it's like simple core gameplay and then this complex simulated sandbox that you can manipulate and use to your advantage. Damn it. Halo is an arcade shooter. See, what is an arcade shooter if I were to Google it? Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody can agree. I just know that, like, my instinct to calling Halo an arena shooter is, like to wince a little bit, and same with, like, arcade shooter.
In my sights.
I guess sandbox is the best way that it's the best word I can think of. Halo's a sandbox shooter. Oh, if you guys hear a goofy sound, like maybe a chainsaw starting or something, don't worry, it's just the Shih Tzu snoring. I think Halo is just its own thing, like Counter-Strike. It really is. There aren't a lot of games like Halo. And there's even less games like classic Halo. the E3 of Infinite, the enemies had a lot more blood coming out of them. But then, let me see. But it was toned down for retail. Thoughts on that? Chances are that it was not toned down, but that the opaqueness and color of the blood was changed or modified, as well as probably instances where the game engine will not call on certain decals and particle effects. Like, you know how sometimes when you're running around a Halo Infinite map and like your system is under a lot of load, especially on PC, your muzzle flashes will just stop showing up. Your gun just like will not have a muzzle flash anymore.
In my sights.
It's stuff like that where I think it's just like the engine under so much stress that it's just not pulling some of those. Because I asked a developer about that. And he said part of the reason that the blood doesn't splatter on the ground in Halo Infinite's campaign is because of the Halo engine itself. That it's apparently like you've got the grass, then you've got the bushes and flowers and bugs, and then you've got possibly explosions going off, particle effects, and then the blood decal itself, if you were to start piling them up, the frame rate would start hitting a hit, and they'd start, you know, like the game would start falling under a lot of stress. Then there is also an issue of, I guess, like, so the Halo engine does decals really well on flat surfaces, like completely flat, like, you know, that down there. But the more complex the surface, the harder it is to actually paint a decal over it. Like, it warps and distorts the decals in these weird, stretchy ways. And it just looked bad.
Target spotted.
I guess, in the open world especially. Just because of how many bumps and grooves are in the open world just by default. I saw someone cloaked. Where'd he go? Ah! Ah! I've been hearing this take for a while, wonder what your thoughts on it. The slip space engine was the worst thing to ever happen to Halo. No. No, it's just poor upkeep and kind of like the unfortunate way that Microsoft runs its studios are kind of what killed the slip space engine could have been the thing that just carried Halo. Proprietary technology kicks ass. The problem is that proprietary technology, in order for it to really thrive, you've got to have like a studio culture that is about getting talent and keeping it for years so they can grow their experience, and you know, they know their engine, they know how to make it sing. You can't operate on like a revolving door style studio where it's just constantly every, you know, 18 months a new group of developers comes in and has to learn this engine all over again. Like, the slip space engine is fine. The problem was the way that Microsoft runs its studios. You know, I say this, I think, almost every stream now, but you know how like the Phantoms look really goofy in Halo Infinite, the way they kind of like jerk around in the air and stuff, versus like Halo 3 where they smoothly glide around the levels. The reason they look so jerky now is because the guy who programmed the Phantom, like flight systems and scripting and everything, he was a contractor, and he has not worked at 343 in a very, very, very long time. And so by the time of Halo Infinite, the contractors who were working on Halo Infinite, they didn't know how to use it because it broke, and the guy who designed it hadn't worked there for years. You know, and the people who managed to kind of like hack together something to get the Phantom moving, even if it looks kind of janky, they're now gone. So what's the next guy gonna do? Like, and that is kind of like a story that is the microcosm of the problems with the slip space engine. It's not the engine, it's the revolving door way of, you know, running a studio. Do you think cereal is a soup? Not anymore. I think cereal is its own thing. Halo is a watered-down arena shooter. Bungie took the arena shooter format, slowed it down, gave players a two-weapon system and shields instead of armor. Well, I don't think that that's what they were going for. Halo 1's multiplayer was famously done by just like one guy, and it was done very quickly. I think it's just a sandbox thing. It's like, hey, that campaign sandbox, why don't we just like give it to 2 teams of people? You find guns in the campaign, you find guns in the multiplayer.
Target spotted.
The campaign has this shield system and then this health system. Why wouldn't that also be in the multiplayer? Remember, the multiplayer for Halo was very much a last-minute thing in the original game.
Enemy there.
The enemy has your flag. You've got what it takes. Just not today.
Halo really is just its own thing. It is. It is. Halo's too different from an arena shooter for me to really call it one. Did the concept of an arena shooter even exist at the time of CE? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, of course it did. Of course it did. You had Quake, you had Unreal. Oh my god. Alright guys, it is 12:30. Okay. Woo. Remember when I donated money for you to get McDonald's nuggets and then you said you didn't like the nuggets that much? Oh, Oscar, I do remember that. I don't remember saying I don't like the nuggets that much. My wife happens to like the nuggets, and I can promise you that we have bought nuggets, which she enjoyed quite a lot. All right, guys, I'm going to hop off. I'm going to get ready for bed so that I can get up at a reasonable time. Because my wife needs me to be alert for her right now. Because, you know, unfortunately some sad stuff is happening. But, yeah, I guess just pray for us. You know, if you're religious. If not, you know, just keep us in your thoughts. With barbecue sauce, yum, says Rebecca. Yeah, guys, this was a lot of fun. This was a good, fun stream. Baby doll, I hope that this was very good. For you, I hope this helped pass the time. Dude, how long did we go for? That's a great question. 4 hours. 4 hours and 12 minutes. God, we rock. We are just so cool, guys. Yeah. All right, guys. Hot take: Commander Agrina was a mistake, dude. Halo Infinite had a lot bigger problems, I guess. If I were to identify problems, I feel like the Spartan Commander's like probably not the biggest list of issues. Hope you all get better. Take care. Yeah, appreciate it.